Alrighty, hello and welcome to day 2 of the 3rd Museum of Bingo, everyone. I'm Jax, and I'm joined by Creep here to commentate the first event of the day, which will be Rocky Road Lockout.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today, Creep?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for Rocky Road. Always excited to see this used as a lockout format.
Yeah, before we get into it, I will briefly describe the format. The bingo part is standard lockout, but the progression is very unique. Players start with access to 1A and 9, and then you can picture 1 through 8, A through C, as a grid of 3x8 levels, and completing any level unlocks the adjacent levels with horizontal wraparound. So 1A unlocks levels beneath it, 1B, to the right of it, 2A, and to the left of it, 8A. And then 2A unlocks 2B and 3A, 2B unlocks 2C and 3B, and then the C-sides unlock along the bottom row. So you can sort of use the C-sides as fast levels to get over to like Temple of Reflection, or you can play through the A-sides, or you can play through 8A to get into Summit. There's a lot of different options, and we also have a custom generator made to use with this progression format.
Yeah, there have been a lot of developments surrounding Rocky Road over the past, I'd say, month or so. It started off using this as more of a co-op oriented format for like co-op Blackout or like co-op Fog, but now with some recent updates, including Degenerate Realmade, it's been used more as or it's been trialed as more of a for fun lockout format where you get to play a lot more different levels, such as C-sides, and it introduces a whole different aspect of routing these matches. So I've played one game of lockout, and I found that it was pretty fun to see that aspect and how much you can balance playing A-sides, because you're not given a skip in this format. You have to progress either through A-sides, or you can also go through the alternative route of going through the C-sides and cashing in on those synergies.
Alrighty, it looks like we're about ready to get started.
So, some background on these players. So we have Bullet on one side and Mora on the other. Two very solidly advanced expert players. I believe this is their first time playing Rocky Road, so this will definitely be interesting, especially with the board that we've been given. Lots of miscellaneous Rocky Road objectives that are on the board here.
Alrighty, I think the meta for Rocky Road is a lot less, developed than regular Lockout. I would not be surprised to see one of these players do Theo and Crossing right away, where something like that might be delayed until mid-game in standard Lockout. I'm trying to see how many objectives are in A-sides, just because that's a good, measure of the different routes and what may be strong.
Just the first things I see are the resort, or the mess. There are two mess orders. There's Pico. There's also Ridge Temple Cassette, and One Up, and also there's some early berries as well in Chasm Arb and Intervention Arb.
And we also may see these players go for 1-ups, but that does sort of force you into 2A. Looks like neither player electing to do that right away here. And we see Bullet, Tick, Theo, and Crossing. Yep.
We see board playing progress here, which progress doesn't really make that much of a difference. That really depends on where they decide to go after this. So it'll definitely be interesting to see.
Use 20 binoculars, huh? Where do you even do that? I guess in a lot of places, because that's a lot of binoculars.
Most of the seasides have 2. There are a couple that have 1. And then you have... the B-sides have a bunch, and like some of the A-sides as well.
Yeah, with 5 C-sides on the board, I think there's definitely something to be said for playing C-sides to get into either Temple or Reflection here. It's probably better for Temple. I don't see any real incentive to play 6B on this board, which would be your way to get back from 6C to 6A. So I think if we do see someone go that route, it'll probably be to play 5B.
Yeah, one of the pitfalls of Rocky Road is that it is very challenging to get into Reflection, because you can enter Summit by playing Core. You can enter Temple from playing 5B, but getting into Reflection requires you to play through 5A or to play through 6B or to play through Summit, which all 3 of those options take a very long amount of time to do.
Is there any incentive to play Core on this board? Very little. Yeah, the only thing I see for Core is 5 blue hearts. But with so many other accessible hearts in this progression format, you rarely are seeing, like 1, 2, 3, 4A hearts to get into Core. It's much more common for you to play a couple B-sides, like we see Mora already doing here. Oh, they're both in a B-side. Mora elects to use the cassette in 2A to get into 2B, whereas Bullet finishes 1A to get into 1B. So here you can see there's a lot of different ways to get into B-sides because of their central location on the level grid. So Mora's coming at it from the cassette in 2A, which gives them access to... well, I guess not much more if they didn't finish start, but...
It's also mentioned that you can still unlock the B-sides from the cassette, which Bullet could have also had the option of, but completing City does give you the option of going Core later or going 2A later, as opposed to just being restricted by not finishing Chasm. But I think it's still worthwhile to get the cassette and go straight into 1B if you do make that choice here.
I think I generally prefer 1A completion, but if you're not getting Chasm Berries on first pass anyway, it's maybe not too big of a deal, since one of these players will likely want to go back there at some point anyway. An interesting objective here is... Interesting objective I see is use 8 binoculars in the Summit. You can technically do that in just 7A, but the 8th is in Flag 4. So it would be more likely that we see a player either do that in 7B for 5B sides to get into 7A, or get 7 in the first few checkpoints of 7A and then swing into one of the other levels for a quick 8th.
Yeah, 7C has one in the first room, so it's very fast to get if you have access for it.
Interestingly, both players go a similar route here, but with Mora using 2B instead of 1B to get access, they're going to be a little bit ahead on this progression branch. Curious to see what they are able to get because of that.
And we're finishing up 2C really quickly. It's 1 Bino and 4. Now we have this. Probably gonna see Wara go back into 3C afterwards to continue progression.
And they can also get Tanoshiro stuns here pretty fast.
Yeah.
Like 3B, 3C has instant charges from Oshiro.
Okay, so Mora has access to 3C by completing 2C. That is why she is able to just go right into 3C. Oh, that's an unfortunate death.
I wonder if we see Bullet do 3B here.
That both
Yeah.
3B. Okay, what are the advantages of doing this? You get access to 3A after this.
Yeah, I like this. It sets up for Blue and Red Resort. It puts you well ahead to 5 B-sides. This is Bullet's third, while Mora only has 1 currently.
Yeah, Pico Berries and access to 2 B-sides, or access to 2 mess orders.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said
well.
for getting into 3A. There's quite a bit there.
I think it also sets it better for Ridge Cassette. There's some other things like 1-ups.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bullet could also go back and play 2A to get this access. Especially with intervention on the berries, I don't think that's necessarily a bad play. But I think they've realized, that these B-side and C-side progression mode is being contested. It's probably good to make sure I'm still able to contest this in late game.
Would like to see one of them go back for Chasm Barb. Is that something that they both have access to already?
Yeah, I agree.
We're taking some very unfortunate deaths in this final room.
This is definitely one of the more punishing C-sides if you're not familiar with it, but they get out and now have access to 4C. We see use all binoculars in 4A and 4C. That is an objective I never imagined I would see.
I got it in a recent game. It's definitely an objective.
I'm wondering.
No issue.
So does Mora then play? Ooh, I'd like to see Bullet get this bino, but I guess it's not too important. It only works towards 20 binos at this point. I was thinking Mora may go into 4C after this if they're looking to get that Ridge binocular objective.
Nope.
But nope, heads into Temple.
Okay, now this is a punishing C-side. This first room is no joke. Well, it's just about done with 3B.
I think Mora not having any information on where Bullet is, she's probably inclined to just finish out 5 C-sides here, go into 6C, get access to a summit level, and then after that maybe start working her way towards B-sides and A-sides.
4B. Okay, Bullet.
Bullet is literally just doing an all B-sides run.
Wait a minute. Bullet's a B-size enjoyer.
Having some technical issues at the moment. We'll hopefully have streams back shortly here.
All right, so thanks for
I'm
watching,
asking the players
guys.
to pause. All right, we're gonna take a quick intermission here. Players are paused. We'll give this a moment. Let's just give us time to talk about the upcoming events for today. So after this, I will be playing co-op Blackout on Pocket Wraith's Longo generator with Dragon. So that's got tweaked Longo objectives, and Longo is generally Celeste Bingo, but with a lot longer objectives and some more challenge type stuff. So in addition to Grabless, we see like Invis and a couple other variants, and then like a lot higher requirements for some of the objectives. Oh, we may be ready to start shortly here. After that co-op, then there is TableTurf Bingo, which, as I understand it, is 2 boards side by side, and the players each start with one objective ticked and kind of have to work to adjacent objectives and claim more of the 5x10 grid. And then after that, there's a cheat mode co-op Blackout. That looks like it's a 2v2. And last up is Bingo But Hard to Read, which is a custom generator that Reed and Salt will be playing Lockout on. Alright, we're getting back underway here.
Okay, here we go. We're almost accidentally returning to map. That would have been really bad.
Yeah, that's really deep in a checkpoint too. I'm curious to see what Bullet does after 4B. 4A is decent, I think, because you've got access to 1-up and 2 chapters with that and 1A. And then you can also use albinos in 4A and 4C, which will be challenging for Mora to get for a while here. They'll either need to play 4B or finish 5A to get into 4A from the right side.
Yeah, I think Bullet can leave 5B for later.
I agree. I think it's definitely more important to get some of these fast berry objectives that are on the board. There's quite a few left, and leaving all those this late is kind of surprising to me.
We will see more B of or right now with her in 5B. She will win Temple Cassette and Temple Blue. But other than that, there's like no real obvious location to go to. You want to see Kazimard first by bullet.
Oh, with Golden Ridge Cassette, I think Bullet is probably aiming to get into 4A here. And it is worth noting that Mora also has get 2 keys and search as a incentive to be in 5A, which also gives incentive to be in late 5A actually, which does give access to both 4A and 6A. And Reflection looks okay here. It's not amazing, but Grabless Lake being pretty early is nice, and so is Reflection Blue Heart. And that also does help Mora set up for like a 5 Blue Hearts play later, maybe.
With all flags 3K, do you think we're gonna see Bullet potentially use 7B as their 5th B side?
Not sure. I kind of doubt it. 5B feels just
I mean, there's
too fast
8
to
binders.
ignore.
There's 8 binders in Summit.
Yeah.
There's 2 quick binders there, and 7B is not too bad especially with the. I don't know. It's just hard to read what plays to go for here. But we do see Bullet going for A.
Yeah, in general, I think the players are both going to be in A sides for a while here now. I'd like to see Bullet get a 1-up here and then the cassette. Nice, we do see that. Meanwhile, Mora will indicate her progress by taking Mirror Temple Cassette shortly. That'll give Bullet information. Very nice 1-up strats for Bullet here. This is looking very practiced.
Very clean. That's a textbook 1-up.
Wonder if we see Bullet delay Golden Ridge Cassette. They definitely can. With Mara in 5A and taking 1 and 4 so early, you can pretty safely assume they've done the seaside route, even though that nothing has been ticked directly indicating it.
Okay, we see a quick RTM.
That makes sense to me.
2A.
Go back to 2A for a second 1-up and also set up for berries and intervention. Yeah, this is nice.
Do you instant take 1-ups? Because I think you have to instant take 1-ups.
I think you do, yeah. There's just too much access.
Oh, okay. That's not what Bullet you didn't.
You could have gone back for that. Oh no. He may want this Bino anyway, which I think is fine.
10 binos already. I guess Bullet did play 4B. And
Yup, and 3B. Good reverse. That's a nice save in that room to keep your berries. Oh no! This is still doable. Nothing has been collected yet.
if you accidentally collect 1, you'll still be able to do it here, fortunately. Okay, just right dash to the wall. Good, clean. Okay.
1 more berry.
Okay, 2 more berries.
Okay, good. Yeah, they do tick it.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think that's good. Progression in this game mode is so chaotic and difficult to read that I think it's good to just take stuff when you've got it. You know, delaying 4A cassette for a bit is good, just to keep information. So you've got a lead towards 1 up and 2. But now that you're here in 2A, you don't really have to worry too much about Barry's intervention being sniped.
Okay, we see Kazamarb from Mora. Are we also going to see
Ooh,
Kazamarb from Bullet? We are. Double
that
Kazamarb race.
okay. Yeah, if you were looking to get into Kazumar, maybe it would have been good to delay a bit longer.
Well, now it's just down to Arbexec, which I believe both of these players have practiced some of both.
Oh, this is gonna be tight. I think Mora wins this because she entered a few seconds earlier. But she did have trouble in that top berry. Yep, it turns blue.
Yeah,
That must have been really close.
very close. Oh my god, that was extremely close.
Yeah, Bullet still does have a lead towards intervention berries. I think it makes sense to go there next.
1C for 5B sides, or 5C sides. Okay.
Oh,
Farewell. Binos. Does Binos play?
yeah, I see it.
Going for DTS.
There's also 5 keys power source. It feels a bit early to me. I think you probably want to go 3A before you go farewell on this board. But it definitely isn't terrible.
Did the right dash a little bit early, which is unfortunate. But we are going to see Bullet continue on.
It would be very bad if they do this and get locked out of 20 binos, though. And we see Mara at 13 currently with all the seasides.
Where's at 13, but there's no real obvious fast binos anymore. Unless you play like 6C, 7C, 4B.
All right, and now with Mora taking 5 seasides, Bullet has pretty much perfect information on where Mora's been. Since that early 1 bino and 4 tick indicates B or seasides, and then the 5A information shows that she clearly went across from 5C to 5A, and then just now went back for a 5th seaside.
Bullet's just 1 bino behind. And I think that's going to be 20 after you get the first bino remembered, I believe.
Yep, there's 6 in the hub and then 1 in the skip room for power source.
Oh, so you just have to do power source skip and then you're done.
Is Bullet at 13?
Bullet's at 12. Or 13. I had it in my mind and then I forgot what how many.
Okay, if he's at 13, he finishes in power source. If he's at 12, which I think he is, because I think he was at 10 coming in. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see soon enough.
Skipping search keys.
I do wonder if going for your 4A and 4C binos is maybe better. You don't have as clear of a path to 20, but it gets you an objective.
I know 4A 4C binos is quite long to go for.
I suppose, yeah.
You have to play through all of 4A in order to get access for that. But you do get a blue heart on the way, which is nice. And
I mean, it is worth noting
access to 3A as well, which is also nice.
It is worth noting that Bullet does have Shrine unlocked. So it's two, not too long checkpoints. Okay, yeah, Bullet will need a Bino Unremembered here. This is really interesting. My only experience playing this has been co-op Blackout, so I have not had to look at a lockout board for this progression mode.
Yeah, I tried it once. It's actually shockingly more challenging to route. I thought it would be about the same, and then you could just go into seasides. But with this generator, it's just so many more options and so many more possibilities to make a incorrect play or like a suboptimal play, which results in not getting uh, what you need. Is the last key incoming?
We
But
see the
that
power
was
source tick. With that, Mora probably does not try to contest 20 binos. Although Bullet has not made any indication of their B-side progress yet.
okay. I guess Bullet's just going to remember for both of them, which is fine. Uh, 2 is not that long. You just have to do one extra room. You just have to get to the. I believe you get to the intracar room. That would be the second binary remembered.
I'd much rather see 4C and Shrine here, but this definitely works.
Okay, first binary is here. And you're
The
going to get
next
your
one
last.
is hidden a couple rooms later, right? Or is it just in the next room?
Oh, it's just in the next room.
Okay.
Probably would have liked to see maybe like 4C binaries, since it is just second room, third room. Okay, if you're going 3A, then getting this one here is good. So, okay, Grabus Lake, done. Then we're gonna get Blue Heart next. Okay, what is here? This is 3A full clear on the board. I don't know. How much do you want to commit to 3A full clear
Yeah, man.
in this? Oh, Mora has to enter the dreaded heart code. This that like basically very few people actually have memorized.
So I'm trying to think about what Bullet's looking for here, and the first thing that comes to mind is Blue and Red Resort, since they've already got the B-side. After that, though, I don't know which huge mess order he's going to want to do. There's nothing that's fast for the heart, so I think you probably just want to do the any percent order. But yeah, not going for 4A and 4C binos is going to hurt here because now Mora is entering 4A and will soon have the same progress for you there. But already having the 4C bino makes it even faster for her. This is a pretty big objective for Mora to snipe. One of the strengths of the 4B early play is that it gave you access to both of these levels. And Bullet just didn't seem to want to capitalize on that.
Alright, Grabus Lake is being delayed, which definitely does not help in Mora going for this now. Because that is a huge amount of information to withhold.
Yeah, so more at 6 objectives. Binos in 4A and 4C. Groundless Lake, Reflection Blue gets her to 9. 5 blue hearts with, 5A and 6A already gets 10. And then you've got 8 binos in Summit, all flags 3K, and that's only 12. Oh, 2 keys search? Has she delayed that too?
No, Morris just hasn't done 2-key search yet.
Okay.
Morris just a checkpoint away from the last Bino. And we do see 90% order from Bullet. Yeah, 90% order with the berries because there's full clear.
Yeah, Mora denying all this information is pretty important for, not allowing Bullet the chance to contest her win con. Or at least not allowing the information to make it easier to do so.
Oh, Bullet skips. Oh, okay, that's a berry to not do.
With 2 huge mess orders on the board, it's not a huge deal. More important to just get to the heart right now, I think.
Oh, yeah, there is a book's first order. Yeah, there's
And,
4A, 4C.
with Mora
Groundless
having a
Lake's
win
still being
con
delayed.
outside of 3A anyway, I don't know if this will come up even.
With 4A, 4C and Groundless Lake being ticked, I think there's even more of a reason for Bullet to keep playing 3A here.
I wonder if Mora tries to get to 7A through 7C, 7B, and if that gives Bullet enough time to get in through 8A. But I think Mora probably can just... I mean, she's obviously got the hearts, so she could also do 8A. I don't know what she's going to choose here. Yeah, this is why I said intervention arb earlier is so important, just because it's a fast one that becomes dangerous to keep on the board late game. If you get stuck in a longer checkpoint and aren't able to go out for it.
Oh, okay. Well, Bullet gets to do chess books, towels books.
What was the plan here?
He forgot the last. He forgot the the berry. Bullet, it doesn't work because there's no platform. You're gonna have to figure out how this room works. There we go. Okay. Okay. Well, shoutouts to the one of another variant that was not selected, but this is one of the very few things that you ever get to see. Okay, there we go. 5 fairies Pico.
Yeah, so more that's Epic mentioning in chat is the only reason Mora would be finishing 4A is to get 3A access. It's interesting that you would do this instead of intervention berries, but probably didn't feel safe with intervention berries, which ends up being really good for Bullet. It gives him one more chance to get in there after Pico. We'll see if Mora even decides to go into 3A after those ticks, though.
Yes.
Interesting.
You have to keep delaying this. What? Oh. I did not realize that she went a screen across. Okay, well, Bullet ticks now, and that works out well for Mora. Okay, Bullet, get the first. No,
That's fine. He's probably planning to play a huge mess again anyway, right after intervention. It's not ideal, not unlocking Shaft, but it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, so
Interesting.
by the time Bullet finishes intervention arb, Mora will also be at start.
Sort of depends on how this start arb goes. This is sort of the only way I see Mora losing, is trying to contest all this 3A stuff. But maybe was really not interested in playing for All Flags 3K and 8 Binos and Summit.
Oh no, I still think 7C, 7B, 7C, 7C, 7B, 7A. That's still, I mean, that's should be fast enough to make up for that difference.
I think 6A into 7A is even fine too. It's like 5 minutes, and then you get access to 7.
Or even core, but that depends on how well you.
Yeah, there's so many
Core
options
is.
to get into 7A. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, they're all bad, but there is at least 3 options. And this late into the game, they're all sort of viable for Mora.
Okay, Bullet finishing up intervention arb. Last berry here. Mora has about 40 seconds or so.
Does Bullet go back into 3A?
Yeah, you probably have to go back into 3A. You have to clean it up.
With no information, it maybe feels like an overcommitment. But this is one of the few times that they actually need to do it, huh?
Yeah, this is 5B for 5B sides.
It is also technically 5A access, but with the information you have from Mora in 5A and also taking 6A, you can't really expect to
You
get 2
can't do
keys in
8B
search.
because 8B is gate locked by 15 hearts. We're not using custom hearts for this. Yeah. Yeah, in another version, which Rel has like a custom, you can customize heart gates. The standard version that we've been trying out is you use 4 hearts to do 8C and 10 hearts for 8B. And that introduces different routing possibilities, which, I mean, with you having to play longer levels, it is another option. 8B is very fast if you're comfortable with it. It's not as fast as it's faster than 6B, 7B. But it's about, I'd say, like 30 seconds slower than. Oh, Bullets now going back into mess.
It's okay. Mora delays this. Trust.
I mean, do you delay this after intervention? Like you probably already think that, but it's delaying this.
I doubt it. I think Mora ticks instantly here.
There's still a couple. Oh, Moore still has to go back for the heart.
Ooh. It slows him down.
Yeah,
Quite a
Bullet only
bit, actually.
Bullet only has Bridgeberry left.
Which you'll do after the order.
Yeah.
This was a super risky play for Mora contesting 3A like this. Oh
No,
my goodness,
yeah,
this is going to be
Bridgeberry's after.
close.
Yeah, this is just... More needs 2 berries left. More needs 2 berries. Bullet gets a retry as well because he came out from the bottom.
Oh my goodness, it turns green!
Jeez.
What? It didn't even get to the point of delaying it. Wow.
That is crazy. Okay, Bullet, don't forget Bridgeberry, please.
And don't forget you
Thank
need
you.
to unlock Shaft. Oh my goodness. Okay. He knows. Aware.
Jeez. What a play from Bullet.
That was crazy. Uh-oh.
I mean, 5 B-sides are equal to progress for Summit. I still think you have to play C-sides to get into 7B. I still think you play C-sides to play 7B. Or maybe you're just finishing this because this is probably faster than 4C. But I don't think so. But this is going to be a C-side rush. This is going to be 5C, 6C, 7C into 7B, most likely. You're not going to go core, especially you're still playing here. I mean, if you're not comfortable with your 5C, then I could see just staying in 5B is fine. Especially it isn't any percent level.
Yeah, these sides are tough. We have yet to see Bullet enter a C-side. I sort of wonder if that's, intentionally avoiding.
There
Due to unfamiliarity.
There are 2 binders in 7B and 2 binders in 7C. You just get the rest of them and start. You leave 8 binders in Summit for last.
I gotta say, I think I prefer 8A into 7A for faster binos. Just because it gets you an objective without having to play the entirety of 7B.
Oh, Bullet enters 5A. What? Contesting 2 keys in search? That's risky.
Oh, man. You have to know that Mora played 5A, right? This is a losing play. Oh my goodness.
Okay, well... did Mora skip a berry and mess?
Yeah, the bridge berry. So she needs to play one segment of mess and then just go to the left and RTM. I mean, worth noting, that's about the same amount of time as a shaft full clear, So 3 AFC isn't technically out of the question for Bullet yet. But not being there right now makes it a bit harder. Search keys turns blue. We'll see what Bullet does here.
Probably go Summit. 6B? What? Why are you in 6B?
Huh?
What? Okay, of all of all places, I wait. What did Bullet take?
Bullet goes 8A. Huge.
Oh my god!
Is Bullet winning? Okay, Mora it looks like was maybe setting up for 5B sides.
Oh,
Oh
more
my
now goes
goodness.
for.
Oh my goodness. 11-11. An 8A race is on the board. Not actually, but they're doing it.
Okay, Moore just needs to win one of them, or actually no, Bullet. Moore needs to win both of them.
Mora is I think Mora is still a little bit ahead favored towards 3AFC because of having all of Shaft done. It's close though. It sort of depends on who takes an objective first and is able to go back into 3A if one of them chooses to do so. Which currently is Bullet being ahead here. But this is not an easy chapter, especially after playing for 45 minutes.
Oh my god! Bullet just wins. You think? I mean, the 8th Bino in Summit is in Flag 4, which is far.
It's sort of a game of chicken, right? Like you can either get your 8th Bino in 7A
Or you
or
go to 7C.
or you get the cassette and do it in 7B. Like the for Bullet, I think 7B is the fastest alternative to lock down eight binos in Summit. For Mora, I think finishing 6C gets you there faster, but getting the cassette and going into 7B keeps you more progress in 7A for 3K. So it's a toss up, I think. We're entering Heart of the Mountain.
Okay, this is one of the end games where if we did see custom heart gates, playing this into 8C would be the optimal play to do. But that's only if you can play 8C.
Oh no, Bullet!
Oh,
That's
Bullet!
such a long death. Running out of stamina and not being ready to neutral jump there.
Again, another death.
Oh my.
Moore's 2 rooms behind. Oh, also takes the death as well.
Save your stamina. Nice, nice, nice. Okay.
There we go.
I felt like Mora was in a winning position for so long this game after she got the 4A and 4C binos. And now we've got a really, really interesting race here after the 3A lockout.
The cheap hitboxes, good hitboxes. We still have cassette room, which is, I mean, cassette room is so difficult if you don't have a strat for it. Not talking about cassette skip, we can like just like not mention cassette skip. Cassette skip is a funny strat. The ice is like very high for Bullet. Okay, makes it through. See cassette room. One death. Actually, I think the play is 8 Bino Summit into 3A full clear.
Yeah, I think you might be right because it allows you to not worry about, what's the fastest way to get 8 binos while keeping progress in Summit. It allows you to just take the fastest bino route and then get back into 3A before your opponent. Mora not seeing a 3A FC tick at this point from Bullet knows that Summit is being contested.
Wait, Mora's. Oh, yeah, good farewell unlock.
Yep, that's great.
Okay, Mora doesn't have a dash anymore. This cassette room strat is, or just this cassette room in general is just so difficult to do. If you're thrown into this on a casual playthrough, I'm like everyone was. I don't know how long it took everyone, but it took me like 20 minutes to get past this room. Okay, so Bullet has, because I don't know how much of a lead. Probably like a 50-second lead.
Yeah, it's definitely not insignificant.
You just have to know to go through a full clear afterwards. Okay, Bullet into 500. Bullet into 1K.
Oh my goodness, we're getting to the critical choice of where you get your 8th bino. No RTM.
I mean, 7C might be worth, or for Mora. You only have to play through. You only have to play through 6C for Mora.
Oh, what do you mean?
First Bino 7C is in the first room. So Mora can just RTM, play 6C, get 7C Bino right away.
Oh, true, yeah.
While
Yeah, it
Bullet has
depends
to
on.
play through all of 7B.
It
It
really
is
depends on
very
6C.
fast for Mora, but you have to be comfortable with 6B. But you don't have to play until cassette, which is huge.
Yeah, Bullet being pigeonholed into 7B here gives more a chance. Oh no.
Mora's continuing on. Doesn't see the 7C, unfortunately. It's very hard to see that though. If you're not comfortable with C-sides, I can understand why.
Yeah, and keep in mind these players have been playing for almost an entire hour.
The bullet, you have to get cassette to unlock 7B to get the Bino.
Yeah, neither of these players have completed anything adjacent to 7B, which would be 6B, 7C, 8B, or 7A. So the only way in is through the cassette.
Yes. All flags 3K is 7A or 7B, but Mora is also going 7B, which is gonna be unfortunate because now they're just gonna be both stuck in 7B.
Worth noting that Bullet really can't delay this at all, so they're going to have equal 7A progress and almost equal 3A progress. So Mora just needs to get the right call and hope that Bullet doesn't multitask.
I wonder if 7B is faster. Just finishing 7B.
Ooh.
Because you don't even have to finish 7B, you just only have to just get flag 1. First Bino.
It probably is.
Yep.
It probably is.
Bullet takes it. Oh, Bullet quits. Yeah, Mora also quits.
Oh my. Oh my.
3A full clear.
Oh no. What a game. Yeah, I think ultimately Mora was in a winning position here and played too safe, trying to get objectives in 3A, when they had a pretty confident win con with 5A, 7A. Well, maybe confidence is not the right word because it's so hard to understand progression.
It's just really hard to see how much progress in what level. Oh, that one does. It's just really hard to see how much progress your opponent has because of the amount of variability.
Yeah. Like the sheer amount of options for how you play, early game and which levels you do, which collectibles you get in which levels. There's so many different ways to play this progression style. I think if Mora hadn't missed one of the huge miss berries, she probably would have been a lot more inclined to finish out 3AFC here.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate thing to forget. Super cool match, though. This was back and forth the whole way. Very well played to these players, playing something that is so fresh.
Yeah. And like I mentioned earlier, neither of these players have played this January before.
Oh, really?
In Lockout, yes. There have only been, I believe it's just Jimmy, Sam, Ad, and myself are the only ones who have played Lockout.
Sev has as well, right?
Yes, yes. Sev has played multiple games of this, so it's very nice to see more games being played. And as we see, 13 go to Bullet with 3A full clear.
There we go. GG's to the players.
Mora has played this. Ah, okay. I was not aware that Mora has played this before with Pharrell. Anyways, next up we have Pocket Longo. I will be hopping off for some other commentators. So
and I will be sticking around to both play and commentate, actually.
Yeah. I'll see y'all guys. Goodbye.
Hello.
Welcome in.
It is time for bingo again. I should probably set that up. I am not warm in the slightest, but it'll be fine. Just trust me.
I'll play a 1A 8 up here while we're in intermission.
That is reasonable. I am not gonna warm up. I'm just too good. I don't need to warm up.
Oh, okay.
Trust me.
When we miss sub hour because you're not playing well, I'm blaming you. It'll never be my fault.
No.
I would never make routing mistakes in Longo.
Never. LM Jack simply does not make routing mistakes.
Alrighty, well, as I mentioned earlier, Dragon and I are playing co-op Blackout on Pocket Wraith's Longo generator. So you're going to see a lot more long objectives and some more silly stuff here. As I mentioned, what I was warming up with, there are objectives like 10 one-ups, in which case it's very good to be able to get a lot in 1A or 4A. Those are the two chapters where it's probably the easiest to get really long berry trains. We see stuff like Late Farewell in this generator, things like 7 cassettes or 2 binos in 8 chapters. Generally just objectives that force you to visit more of the game and play longer stuff. In one of our testing boards, we actually saw all collectibles in 5 chapters, but that has been nerfed a little bit to 4 chapters now, thankfully, because that was brutal, and I don't think we even played that board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So,
Hey, Pocket.
Just to introduce, I don't remember the full lore of how Longo happened, but the general idea, I believe, was to have a different generator which included things that are not included in the standard generators, in some cases because they're too long, and in some cases because they're too weird. The original generator, which is now referred to as Old Longo, was generally disliked for being variant hell, forcing you to play like 4 chapters mirrored, invisible, with hiccups, or some nonsense like that.
I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but
maybe, but I'm not sure.
I mean, I've played my.
That's certainly not every board, but sometimes. So that was refined into New Longo, which was supposed to be more accessible. It streamlined the variants down to just grabless and invis, and added a lot more stuff that is in normal generators. But some of the grabless and invis stuff in New Longo is still very annoying. I personally played a board and was seized with a burning desire to never play Invisible 1B ever again. Until I realized,
it's entirely reasonable. Invis 1B sucks. It took me like 15 minutes. It's so bad.
So I realized I could just change the generator to suit my own preferences. And what started out as me just cutting objectives I didn't like and replacing them with ones I liked better turned into a full overhaul of the generator, which is what we're now going to see.
Yeah.
And so the format here will be Dragon and Jax are playing, and so a lot of the commentary will be them looking at the board and figuring out how to divide it up between the two of them. I'll just be chiming in to answer questions about the generator, and if we have more downtime once they've figured out what they're doing, then I can talk a bit about my design process and so on.
Alrighty, I think we're pretty much ready to start here.
At least I am.
Sounds good. Do you want to count us in, Pocket?
All right. Reveal and go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alrighty.
Oh, okay. Complete farewell.
Okay.
That's gonna be interesting. Someone's gonna have to spend like 20 minutes doing that. Complete floor. I start with only one cloud. That's interesting. I don't think I've done that.
20 binos in farewell. Okay, that's a sort of a non-objective. Just takes a lot of
Why
time to
is
get.
Theo here? Get out of here, Theo. Thank you.
Okay, I see 2 1-ups in 3 chapters and 1-up in 4 chapters. I can do that.
I forgot I had X-Files on. I'm sorry. I was playing with Theo earlier. Yeah. There's generally there are a few big berry objectives on the board, such as like 7 AFC, 15 and 6.
I can play for that. I think, as well as complete 7
I'm down to play
chapters.
B-sides and stuff. Yeah. I can play for like B-sides and farewell. I don't know if it's worth me rushing farewell.
How about you start with Blue and Red City?
Yeah, I'm doing Blue Red City
to stall for a little bit. And yeah, I'll start working towards berries. I think I'm probably going to be
any big counts in terms of encounter birds in 6 chapters. I don't actually think I know how to do that objective.
Okay, hang on. Jump us when I start. You do that since I'm doing a 1-up here.
Oh, I didn't even know that was on the board. All right, sounds good.
I do have notes here which includes where the birds are in 6 chapters. And
Yeah. We may need some help with that one.
Yeah. And also, I should note for the audience that I decided rules-wise for this generator, prologue and epilogue count as chapters.
That is indeed true. I don't know why I'm like actually fast of jumpless start. I just am.
Super dash 1500 meters without jumping. Your favorite.
Yeah, I like played it once while I was waiting as like a warm up.
Complete both feather minigames is end of 4A and start of 6A.
That could be a bit of a pain.
If you skip Temple, that works pretty well for you. But I think we can generally leave that pretty late.
Yeah.
Feather minigames is when in the cutscenes you have to float the feather.
Yeah.
Theo tells you about it in the cutscene at the end of 4A, and then you do it with Battle End at the start of 6A.
And then Battle was like, no, I'm angry now. You think the feather is gonna work? And yeah. Story. Anyway, by the way, how are we gonna do complete 7 chapters?
I think it'll just happen. I don't think we need to worry about it.
I mean, yeah. It could also just be that.
Cause I have to do 15 and 6, which is a ton of different chapters.
Yeah.
I think there's late 3A.
Yeah, the jump suite.
Okay.
By the way, I'm entering 1B now.
Okay. I'm getting my 15th berry in 1A. I'm dying with my 15th berry in 1A.
Please don't do that one. Don't die. Dying is bad. Not dying makes you go fast.
We've got Blue and Red and Mirror Temple. I think we can leave that.
I don't actually know if I need binos here. I grab the first 1B bino just in case.
There's 20 binos in Farewell. I don't think I saw other bino objectives, though.
No, I don't think there's anything. Also, something to take note of is kill 10 different Seekers.
Yeah, I saw it.
Playing late. That person is probably also going to be the same person who gets Blue Red Temple.
I'm seeing a lot in Temple. I think you get to skip 3A. Because I need to play it for berries anyway. And I think I probably skip 4A. I'm not quite sure yet, though. I think regardless, you skip 3A, play 4A, maybe do some of the silly stuff there, and then just play Farewell.
Yeah,
just so that we get...
Yeah, I'm down to rush Farewell.
Yeah, I think that's the smartest way to play here.
Yeah,
that also...
Figure out what I need to do afterwards.
Yeah, 4 keys and 2 could either be you in 3A and Power Source, or me in 3A and 5A. I'm not sure which is best yet.
Yeah.
And we definitely leave Pico until the end of the game, or at least until further on.
Yeah.
Alright, well, while we've
Wait.
got a moment, Pocket, do you want to give us information on Encounter Birds in 6 chapters?
Yeah, so the 6 places you can encounter birds, which specifically refers to like the little pixel birds that you see in the bird's nest, not to Granny's bird.
Oh, wait.
Prologue,
Oh, there's 5B, isn't there?
you have Prologue, 3A start, 3B start, 4A shrine, 5B start, 6A reflection, and epilogue. That's 7 in total. You need 6 of them
That
for the
went
objective.
completely over my head, I'm going to be honest with you.
3A, 3B, 4A, 5B, Prologue, Epilogue, where else?
6A
6A
start.
reflection.
Okay.
Oh, wait, 6A reflection. Yeah.
I can potentially do that, Dragon, because I get access to Epilogue with 7AFC.
You would get epilogue access, and I'm also not playing 3A or 3B, but then again, 3A is like at the very beginning.
Yeah, I think we can plan for me to do that. Prologue, is it at the top of Prologue? Do I need to go back there?
Yeah.
You probably need to go back because it's at the top
Okay.
of Prologue, the Bird's Nest in Prologue. But rough death, but we're fine.
I have 14, right? Yep, okay.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, when it comes to 4A start with 1 cloud, the cloud that I'm thinking you have to use, and I think, if I'm wrong, don't tell me, but I'm pretty sure it's the middle cloud in the second to last room. Like, you know how you have the room like 3 clouds going up? I think
Yeah.
you use the middle cloud in that room.
Okay, you do that. I'll do Cassette and Heart and 4A.
Yeah, I just got Joe Wake.
As did I. I'm going to 3A, so you do that silly thing, and I will get 15 berries in 3A here. I'm going to leave Pico, because I think it's technically possible for you to need to come into 3A later and do it.
Yeah. Alright.
Not super likely, but it's possible. Oh, what?
I'm just thinking, I'm assuming just skip the final cutscene in 4A and don't play it out.
I would say so, yeah. It's only 40 seconds to come back for it.
Wait, I blanked, sorry. I blanked. Duh. Alright. Only 1 cloud. Already skipped 2 clouds. We're doing good, I think.
Yeah, I'll just mention for the chat that you'll be hearing Jackson Dragon talking about things they're doing a bit before you actually see them on stream, just because of the setup we have.
Okay, is this fine? Yeah, this is fine.
Oh, wait, birds. Do I need to go out of my way for that pocket, or did I just do it already?
You did it already. They're in the first room.
Sweet.
Yeah. Okay.
Music to my ears.
This should... I think I know how to do this. Okay, well, I didn't have to take middle cloud, but yeah, that was only 1 cloud.
Alright, another thing to talk about,
Why
Dragon,
the heck the
is...
objective? Oh, I just saw Golden Rage, Blue Heart, and Cassette.
It's fine, I'm doing it, I told you that.
Oh, wait, you did?
Yes.
Also, I just took like a solid 20 seconds trying to find the objective.
Wait. Oh, yep, okay, I didn't read that. We've got the 2 non-start checkpoints with the same name again, and Mirrored Reflection 6A, 6B checkpoint.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
So I think we either do that I do it in 7B, 7A, or someone spends a lot of time in Reflection. I'm not sure what's best yet. Mess order, book style chest. But I think we can play that one by ear later. And,
Yeah, I think I'll play that later because it's like if you are playing 7FC, then it shouldn't be too much to play like 500 meters in 7B. Because that's like, what? About like a minute and a half into the chapter that you have to play?
2 minutes.
Oh, okay, so you're slow, I see. Sorry.
What? You can't. It's 120 to the end of. What? You can't just do me like this. Have
Yes, I can, Jax.
you even
Okay,
played
to be fair, it's
7B?
fine. I have my shortcomings too, such as I just failed second blockless, but I got it in the end, so we're fine. Listen, I have played 7B, I will have you know. I played it in my casual playthrough.
Okay, so you just don't know how long 7B is. Got it.
No, I know how long 7B is. You only have to play like the first 2 checkpoints. That's like a minute and a half, is it not?
Non-start checkpoints.
Non-start checkpoint. Oh wait, it's 2, not 1. Never mind. Okay, it's like 2 minutes. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Anyway.
I should never doubt LM Jax. Actually, no, I should doubt LM Jax, but like that was the one time it was right not to.
I get to take my first objective soon. Did you do Blue Run City, by the way?
Yes, I haven't ticked it.
Okay.
I don't know why. Anyway, I know where I'm going to be spending the next 20 minutes of my life. So, let's go.
I think skip keys. I think I'll do 4 keys and 2 with 5A.
Alright. Oh, that's... thank you.
Whoa. Alright, I'm gonna grab this cassette, I think, for my bird friends.
Got DTS.
Okay. Jumpless presidential sweep. Surely this will not be infuriating.
Jumpless Suite isn't too terrible.
And don't forget you need to use 20 binoculars in farewell.
Thank you for reminding me. I just passed a remove a bino.
It's fine, there's like 30.
Granted, yeah, I retried. I probably didn't need to, but I'm gonna be skipping over some rooms with binos anyway.
Yeah, so
Like,
I counted once. If you get every binocular
it's
in
37.
farewell, and I think not counting Moonberry Room and Golden Room,
yeah.
or no, possibly counting Moonberry Room but not Golden Room.
Why did I
But yeah,
bump that?
if you get all of them, as I recall, the 20th bino is in Comb Room.
Oh, home room, my behated.
This seems fun.
Got it. I am currently having the farewell experience.
What? Go!
I mean, it's fine. Surely, since I don't need to get Moonberry, even though I'm getting binos, I'll just PB, because I'll just pop off, right? It's not like getting 20 binos will lose, like, a minute. Like, collectively over the course of the chapter.
I am, in fact, doing the thing.
What thing are you doing?
Jumpless sweep.
Good luck doing the thing.
It's going okay so far. It's awkward, but...
Yeah, I don't think it's too difficult.
Oh! Alright, can I get this berry jumpless?
Uh,
I think so, yeah.
Surely.
Bam.
I love LM Jack. Anyway, just entering remembered.
I'm so good. I'm less good.
I'm so good. I'm less good. The Jack's commentary is at an all-time high.
Huh? I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
Anyway, I'm fully aware I don't need this, but I'm gonna grab intro car anyway.
You don't need it. Why are you doing that? Stop it.
It only takes like 5 seconds.
You keep jumping.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I was agreeing to.
Oh. This was going well. It's going less well now.
I don't know, my farewell is going like pretty reasonable.
So, I'll mention that definitely new Longo and quite possibly old Longo as well had jumpless rooftop as an objective, which is way worse than the presidential suite. And it was one of the first things that I removed.
It's not that okay. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it is. It is that bad, Dragon. It is that bad.
Do I have hot pot of Longo brain rot?
You sure do.
It's so over for me. Like, jumpless rooftop is one of the more tame, really cursed things.
I disagree.
Okay, surely I get this strat.
I'm out.
Okay, I hate this strat so much. I don't know why I'm going for this strat, considering I just said how much I hate it. I almost got it. Got it. We're cooking.
Okay, 2 up into cassette, into heart. I think I play this level.
I just did gate skip, by the way.
Okay, so do I want to skip Ridge or Temple?
I mean, if you skip Ridge, it'll make it a lot more cumbersome if you're the one who has to go for feather cutscenes, right?
At this rate, I don't think that's gonna happen though. Like, I have to get 15 berries in 5A.
I
And
don't know, maybe. You know, I have no idea how many binos I had before entering this chapter. I want to say it was 1, because the only bino I can remember picking up is... Oh wait, I'm supposed to grab this. Yeah. I think it's 1, because it was the one in 1B that I picked up.
chat is saying you had 1.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. If nobody got me, I know Twitch chat's got me.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I feel like
Okay,
it's
maybe.
a dangerous thing to say about Twitch chat.
I got a binocular.
I mean, we saw what happened with Twitch chat yesterday. They were unusually tame, but... Yeah. Anyway, time to
Yeah.
room by now.
I think I just get 15 berries in Shrine, get the heart, and then leave. Because it looks like there's more to do in Temple.
Can I just say, by the way, shout out to the fact you can skip the comb room wall bounce of DTS. It makes the room, like, so much more bearable.
$13. 14. Counting with jacks that the stream is delayed for.
Okay, that's fine.
First try.
Nice.
It wasn't.
Oh. I can't believe
Yeah, I'm in temple now.
My LM Jack.
Kill 10 Seekers. That requires both 5A and 5B. I think I'm just doing all of temple.
I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean, if you get everything in temple, I have nothing to do when I'm there, unless I just play any percent. Because I don't, I mean, I have no idea if I'll even need to touch late game or not.
You could probably do.
Yeah. So in that case, it might be worth leaving some stuff for me to clean up. Not gonna get this Bino because the cycle. Yeah, I think I'm chill on Binos now.
Oh! I definitely meant to down diag there. Yep.
Yeah. Alright, I'm at 19 Binos in farewell. I have not decided where I want to get my last one.
Game is trolling me.
I'm gonna get it in this room because this room has a cycle. Also, I think this is one of like the first times that like post EH Farewell has been played on Celeste community.
We've had Longo stuff before.
Yeah, it did not been very often though. So yeah, this is all a farewell you miss when you play bingo. Honestly, probably for the better.
Flying, commenting in chat, they like that the routing is Jax has to play all of the game and Dragon has to play Farewell. It's but one of the challenges of trying to balance a Longo generator is that Farewell is a really long chapter, and I don't want to cut the late Farewell objectives. But then, like, it's potentially a problem if you end up with like one objective in late Farewell.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly all the farewell objectives on this generator, but I know there's like Farewell, there's Moonberry, there's EH Kevin. That's all, like, EH Kevin room, like the secret room at like the end. I messed up the cycle. Can I please? I can't think of any others that I've seen in the generator so far. Maybe there's demo room.
Yeah, there's that, and there's binoculars in like all of the checkpoints from Power Source onwards, I think.
Didn't actually know that.
But not including Farewell.
I wonder why.
So while I was trying to find a good seed for this showcase, I did actually find a couple of seeds which had Complete Farewell and Moonberry on the same board, which I'd never actually seen before. Like, they're in different tiers in the generator, specifically so it's possible to have them show up together, but I've never actually seen it.
I'm getting the cassette here just in case.
I messed up the cycle. There's like a really dumb cassette raise strat in this room, but I don't know it. I might have to learn it because it just seems safer. Because like farewell safe strats are like my strats. I don't do anything risky in farewell usually. Then again, says me fully intending to do a corner jump in a few rooms from now.
Yeah, I'm skipping 5A blue for now. I think it's pretty likely that you end up needing to do 10 secret kills and blue-red temple.
I mean, I'm down for that.
Where are you in farewell right now?
Second to last stubbornness.
Okay, so you've got like 5 minutes left? 6 minutes? Something like that?
Ish.
Okay, complete 7 chapters.
This is
I need 5B for birds anyway, so that's good. Prologue, 1A, 2A, 3A.
Don't question it! Don't question it! Don't question it!
Whoa, chill out.
I'm sorry, I just pulled off like the dumbest thing ever. Someone clip that, please. That was amazing.
That was pretty dumb.
I did not mean for either of those corner jumps to happen. There's a setup one in that room, and I just, instead of going for that one, I did 2 completely setupless. It worked, though. I'll take it.
I mean, doing random cursed shit is entirely in the spirit of Longo, even if that particular one is not an objective.
Yeah, I realized I didn't have a dash, and I'm like, wait, is this fine? No, I think it's fine if I just YOLO a corner jump. And then it was fine.
Yeah. As a side note,
But then the YOLO another one.
That just brings up one of the significant things I realized while making this generator. Partly based on something Dragon said at some point, actually. I remember at some point you said that new Longo feels like Longo Bingo and old Longo feels like Longo.
I stole that from Syrian.
Okay. But either way.
It's not something I said.
It caused me to reflect on how, like, somehow Longo has its own identity. And
yeah, it really does.
The fact that, despite the fact it's named for the length, the thing that is really appealing about Longo is not the long objectives, it's the weird objectives.
Oh, absolutely. That's the reason I love old Longo. It got so many uniquely cursed objectives that I just really enjoy playing them.
Yeah, which is why for this generator, there are specific tiers in the generator dedicated to what I have affectionately termed nonsense objectives.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, I always love silly nonsense objectives. Those are some of my favorites in any generator.
Yeah, as well as 2 of the higher tiers specifically dedicated to, like, the more frustrating challenge stuff. So, like, you'll always get some, but never get too much, is the idea.
Yeah.
Can I be sold on rescue in 4 dashes? No, I cannot.
I haven't tried that one, actually. Might need to at some point.
What is my favorite nonsense objective? I'm pretty fond of Encounter Birds in 6 chapters. I do have the spreadsheet open that has all of the objectives listed in it, so I'm just going to have a look.
I will say, given the fact that I had to get 20 binos and my fellow PB is in 1905, this is pretty nice.
Oh, complete books twice in 1 visit.
Oh, that's a really good one.
That's
I love that one. Anything that makes you do books, towels, books order, or books, chest, towels, books, like, I love that. It's so good. Demo 1, 2.
I'm not killing Seekers because I don't want to, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's your job.
I will come back and commit Seeker genocide later.
Let's maybe use a different word.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I think the first thing you should do after Farewell is probably Feather minigames and Mirrored Reflection, because you have
the problem is I don't actually have access to that. Unless you just want me to play like 5 NA.
Oh, okay, yeah, then play 5B for your blue and red and temple, but then just wait on 10 Seeker kills, basically. But do the ones in 5B as you get to them. So yeah, I think do your 4A cutscene, then play 5B for 6A access.
By the way, I'm in fellow farewell.
Cool. And then in
It
6A you
should,
can
in
do the
theory,
stuff there.
20. Yeah. So play 5B, get the kills while I'm there. Yeah, I can do that.
After looking at the spreadsheet, the other nonsense objective that stands out to me is I have a particular fondness for enter remembered with 5 keys.
I didn't
That's
even know there was
silly.
a generator. That's silly and I love it.
It's something which I sometimes just did randomly, and then I was
Yeah,
like, I
I've
could
done
make
that
this
one
an
before.
objective.
Yeah.
So that requires
You
you
can
to
make a
get
bingo
all the
objective out
5
of this.
keys in Power Source, and then do Power Source skip while avoiding going close enough to the doors to actually put the keys in them.
Yeah.
Where are the 3B birds?
You
I
go
think
to the
that
binoculars
I'm pretty
and
sure
look all the
Bino.
way to the left.
Yeah.
Where are they?
If you look all the way to the left at the Bino.
Oh, look to the left.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
I
it's so
might be-
far.
I might be
It is.
stretching the definition of encounter with that, but I couldn't think of a better way to phrase it.
All berries and 0
Alright.
meters in reverse order. The double berry room. Which counts as the third and which is the second?
That's the fun part. Anyway, I will take a 19-2x given I had to get 20 binos. That would have PB'd without binos, I think. So, like, I'll take it. That was pretty good. Now, where the heck am I going?
Are you gonna answer my question, Dragon, or just leave me hanging?
Wait, what was your question? You had a question?
Yeah, I just asked you that.
Wait, you were asking me. I thought it was a hypothetical.
No,
Oh.
I don't know which one is which.
I think the one on the right is Berry 3. That would make
It would
sense.
make sense for it to be left to right. I definitely will have checked this, but I checked it a while ago. And
Also,
do not
damn,
remember.
like, only 15 deaths so
Yes.
farewell is, like, pretty good. Okay, wait, so I'm grabbing cassette blue heart, unlocking unraveling 5B, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It has been a while since I have seen anything but space. Oh nice, a hit, that's corner boost.
Okay, now don't forget the gem.
That is a good point, don't forget the gem. Alright, got the cassette. Good. Wait, that would have actually been a PB, cause that would have been a PB tape grab. What? That was PB tape grab for me.
Very nice.
And I will never get to know what the time was. It's so over. Wait, no, please.
Okay, summit birds. Where are those?
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a I don't know what some of those
There
are.
aren't birds in Summit.
Oh, right. It's epilogue. Okay.
Oh my, please.
So I have prologue, 3A, 3B, 5B, epilogue. Oh, 4A. And I've already done them because they're just enshrined.
Just go one by one.
Okay, so I just need epilogue for that objective now. Okay,
I'm
cool.
going frame by frame. I don't care. Sunk cost. Wait, no, Okay, wait, I lag spiked. The sunk cost fallacy is so real right now, you don't even know. Oh my god, please. Why is this just sunk cost fallacy?
Oh shit.
This strat isn't hard. It's just a 4-frame. I'm gonna have an existential crisis over a 4-frame. I'm going frame by frame again. Okay, finally, after a minute and 20 seconds, I got Holy Depth's Key. It was not worth it.
Early in quotes.
Early in quotes! Yeah, no. I mean, I did get it early, I just didn't get it fast. Because you can either call it Early Depth's Key or Fast Key. I don't think I have the right to call it Fast Key after that display. Switch the keyboard to do 1-frame taps. My strats are so silly. You don't even know. My strats are just like me.
So,
Okay.
Does anyone in chat or currently playing the video game have questions about the generator? Because I also have a bunch of random tangents I could go on, but if people have specific questions, I can answer them.
I mean, I don't really have any specific questions, but also, like, I'm down for pocket random tangents, if chat is. Also, time for 5B.
I mean, 2Kill, you can ask them, and if I think they're too extensive, then maybe I won't answer, but... So, I'll start off with just a little fun fact. The first version of this generator that I made, which was mostly just new Longo with a few objectives subbed out, had 346 objectives in it in total.
What
Why
the
do you know
fuck?
this?
Because I put them all in a spreadsheet and counted how many objectives there were and went, that's a lot of objectives, maybe I should get rid of some of them. The current
maybe.
version has 243 objectives, so I've been doing pretty well at cutting it down.
Yeah,
Make
I
it
mean,
more
that's an average of
consistent.
what, like 9-point-something objectives per tier?
Yeah.
I don't want to do the actual math.
Yeah, most of the tiers have 10 objectives. I think there are 2 or 3 11s still, and then some lower.
I mean, just going off of rough numbers, it would be like 9.7 objectives per tier or something. Obviously, you can't have 0.7 of an objective, but you get the point.
Yeah, and obviously the 346 is mostly just new Longo, because it kind of took a lot of Longo things and then just dumped the standard Blackout generator in as well.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else have I got in here? I already talked about how the appeal of Longo is the weirdness and not the length.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, huh. Okay,
Well-
good one.
So I guess one random thing I could talk about is I had an interesting time thinking about essentially like what I might call like legacy objectives, where I'm like, oh, I don't want to get rid of this because it's a good objective. But then, like, first off, other generators still exist, so you can play a different generator that has that objective. And secondly, you can also think about it in terms of, like, I can take out the objective that specifically tells you to do this thing, and sometimes you will still do it anyway, just because it's the best way to do something else.
Do you have any examples in mind?
So, like an obvious example is, like, I removed all of the checkpoint berry objectives from this generator.
I didn't even
Okay.
notice.
I didn't notice that either, but I guess it makes sense
Yeah.
why there were, like, none of them, because they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, like, to start, like, I started out by sort of trying to consolidate objectives, so I combined them so they were all like 2 checkpoints worth of berries in a single
What am I
objective.
doing after 5B? I don't know what I'm doing after 5B.
6A stuff,
sorry.
feather minigame, and mirrored reflection in either chapter.
Well, I don't want to play 6B, so I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I will go ahead and start further minigames then. Alright, Bark, continue.
Yeah, and so then later on I decided to just remove them entirely, and I just kept the like X berries in specific chapter objectives. So it's like, you know, even if you don't have 1A start berries as a specific objective, you're still quite possibly going to, well, you'll have to get it if all collectibles in 1A is on the board, because that is still an objective. And you might get it anyway if there's a 1-up objective or 10 berries in 1A.
Yeah, I think that's
So
good.
it's like,
It allows for more dynamic routing.
Yeah.
yeah, which was another definite like kind of guiding principle I focused on, was like have more objectives that allow the players to choose how they do things rather than just do this specific thing.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Do you want to mention changes to all collectibles objective and the cassettes one then?
But yeah, so this
Those are
was
pretty recent.
Yeah, after Jackson Dragon played a couple of practice games of this to get used to it before the event, they just had some suggestions about. So yeah, Jax mentioned earlier all collectibles in 5 chapters, which is now all collectibles in 4 chapters, and that was on a board they didn't even play. But because the thing is, like, I had been oscillating on that objective specifically because the thing is, all collectibles in 3 chapters is really easy because you do 1A, 2A, and 6A, and 6A only requires you to go to hollows because you just get the hardened cassette. And so it's, you know, do you add 1 or 2 more on top of that? And it's just requiring 2 out of 3, 4, 5, 7, or 8 is significantly more committal than just requiring 1 of them. And then, yeah, so 8 cassettes is very committal because obviously it's all of them. Likewise, 8 blue hearts, and so I just reduced those both down to 7, but also moved them from tier 25 to tier 24, and moved a couple of the big berry synergy objectives up into tier 25. One of which is 15 berries in 6 chapters, which is on this board.
Yeah, that's a really long objective.
Yeah, so some of the changes I made, like a little bit longer ago, but still, you know, within the past month, were specifically designed to try and make the games go faster.
I just
And a big
realized I
part
can,
of that
I
was-
can skip the cutscene. I finished the minigame. I just realized I can skip the cutscene. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And a
time.
big part of that was me removing just some of the big berry synergy objectives. Because, and a big part of it is realizing it's not just about how many berries it is, but how much of a commitment to the chapter it is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is why, so like, so things like having something like 25 berries in 4 chapters, which used to exist and now does not anymore. There are 4 chapters that have at least 25 berries in them. 3A has exactly 25 berries, so you basically just do the full clear. That's most of the berries in 4A. You have to go all the way to Search in 5A and a long way into Summit. So it's just hugely committal. Whereas, by contrast, while 15 and 6 is still a long objective, in all of the chapters you get it in. So 1A and 2A are fast. 7A, it's a decent way in, but 3, 4, and 5, you can get 15 berries by the second checkpoint. So it's not that big a commitment into the chapter. And 3, 4, and 5 are the places you're most likely to be using an assist skip.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
let
that's
me look at
nice.
the game. There we go. Whee.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was routing that objective in my head, it was like, okay, I can either do my 15 in 5A and skip early, or 4A and skip Old Trail and Cliff Face.
Reed saying in chat, missed opportunity to call mirrored reflection reflected reflection in reflection.
Reflective,
yeah.
reflection of reflection. It's a reflection of reflection and reflection.
Yep. So that actually makes me think of variants, which this will make sense in a minute.
Yeah.
I was looking
I'm
at
glad
trying
soup
to.
was added to the generator.
I was
soup
trying
is
to include
not
more
in.
of the variants, and realized that in some cases it's kind of difficult. The reason that reflection makes me think of this is because one of the variants is the one where you play as battling, but it has no effect on gameplay. And so at some point I had a thought of like, would it be funny to have an objective that was like battle in mirror match? So it's just you do a battle in fight while having that.
I like that.
variant
Oh,
enabled.
that would have been so
But in
funny.
terms of gameplay, it's just the same. And I never put that in, but it did make me think about an objective which I put in and then more recently took out, which was just look at your reflection in 5 chapters.
Oh, that's weird. That's trippy.
That's
Yeah.
how do you get that? There's what 2A.
2A, 5A, 5B all have mirrors, and then there's reflection cutscene in hollows.
Oh yeah, true. And then where's the other one?
2A, 5A, 5B.
Did you not say 5 chapters?
No, I said 4. Or if I said 5, I meant to say 4.
Good job. Yeah. By the way, what am I doing after reflection of reflection and reflection?
Blue and Red and Temple.
I already have that. I just forgot to tick. I'm sorry for that.
Super dash 1500 meters without jumping, because I don't want to do it.
I mean, it is both base that I get to do it and unbase that you don't want to do it. I'll say that much.
Oh wait, kill 10
I am-
Seekers. You have
yeah.
access to that and I don't.
Oh yeah, that's true actually. Wait, okay, this is, I hate this. No, I hate it. No, this is, which way am I going? Okay, I go this way and then, nope, okay, nope, Dragon's Descent into Madness or something. Okay, it's fine. I got through like the big problem room. Wait, no, you're not that way?
1A, 2A, 3A, 5A, 7A, epilogue.
My muscle memory is so screwed right now, you don't even know, it's so bad. 2, 3. Surely I still hit Battling Boost.
Okay, I'm doing 7B for the non-start checkpoint thing, and then Pico. You do Seeker
Yeah.
kills and 7A.
Alright, sounds good. I know exactly which kills I'm skipping.
What's our timer at, by the way?
Just about hit 49 minutes.
Okay.
Will this sub hour? I don't know.
That's close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So getting back to talking about like adding other variants into the generator, mirror mode initially was just like I was taking the invisible objectives I didn't like and wanted to replace them with a different variant, and I picked mirror mode. And then on reflection, pun not intended, but I'll take it. It's like the interesting thing about mirror mode is that it just totally messes up your muscle memory.
I mean, you saw what happened like a minute ago. Yeah, it really does.
I think on top of muscle memory, it's also just like you can't rely on knowing where to look. Like so much of this game is
Yeah.
visual information, and that visual information being different from your hundreds of thousands of hours of practice makes it like really hard to know where you are sometimes.
That is true. Also, bingo drop.
Yeah. And so then, with some of the other objectives, so the changing game speed
I
is
was
like
not a
first
fan of that.
I
Specifically shifting
initially
it down.
I put it back in for just 1A, but Sirion had the comment that like if you're just making specifically 1A that bit different, it doesn't really change it that much, and you're just kind of having it there to have it there. And also, the other thing is the big thing with changing the game speed is mostly that it messes with your muscle memory, and mirror mode already does that in a more interesting way.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I
good
agree with
choice.
that.
Low
game speed
friction
was not back to
is
physics.
absolute garbage, and I was not putting it in the generator.
Why did I retry? Also, I mean, low friction is like it's bad, but not absolute garbage. I can understand why you wouldn't want to put it in.
I mean, I would also say that once again, it's mostly like screwing with your muscle memory, and again, mirror mode is a more interesting way of doing that. And also, like the thing with low friction is it ends up feeling like you don't understand how the game works anymore. Like you press buttons and you're not sure what's going to happen.
Yeah,
But then Super Dash,
based.
it does technically require the rule, which was I think already in old Longo for game speed, that you're not allowed to
You're not allowed
enable
to.
a variant if it's not an objective, because technically you can go faster by increasing the game speed, or in this case, playing Super Dash, if you're actually good at it. But Super Dash has funnies that you can do, which, like, if
I
someone
mean,
is
I'm
actually good at
curious.
Super Dash,
How much soup
and
is in this generator?
there are 3 objectives. I had a couple
Updraft,
more.
1500 jump plus.
5B.
Oh, soup 5B. That's like silly.
Yeah, so it's like Super 5B, some of the earlier bits are challenging, especially if you're not practiced at
Yeah.
Super
If you
Dash.
don't know how to do the last room of start, you might be there for a little bit.
Yeah. But then also, by contrast,
Anyway, screw both of these skills. I'm skipping them.
the final like Mixmaster with Super Dash, if you know how to do it, is ridiculous. And it's really funny to watch.
I mean, see,
So I was like, yeah, let that be
whatever.
a possibility.
Yeah, see, Guzbuta, whatever it is, and then the or your free one. You get the point. You know the trick. The one with the really silly name.
We would need to get Sirion on comms just
We would
to
need to get
pronounce that
Syrian on
strat.
comms for that. Yeah. Oh, hi, Sika. I didn't know you were here. What? Please. Oh my god.
But that's your 10th kill, right? That last one.
Yeah, the Seeker is just bullying me right now.
Okay. I think we're gonna have a 7A race, and you might win it.
Yo, let's go 7A race. Wait, can I just like that murder?
Back to your variance pocket.
I think that. Well, I guess grabless. Obviously, I made decisions about like where to like keep whether to keep grabless objectives that aren't in standard generators or ones that are, and how difficult of grabless stuff I wanted to have in. Like, New Longo has grabless remembered, which is kind of interesting to figure out how to do it, but also sucks.
I mean, I play true grabless, so I kind of have a rough idea of what does and doesn't suck in grabless. what I'm thinking off the top of my head is like, there's like Old Trail, but also Old Trail has Old Trail 1, which is kind of silly, and then Old Trail 2 is a forced 1 frame.
Yeah,
But also, I don't.
I did
But
not
then
put
again,
Old
I
Trail
don't
in
think
that.
either of those things are too bad with Grabless variant. I only know how to play them with Grabless, like true Grabless. I don't. I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh, I have not touched this variant in 4 years, and I wouldn't have minded keeping it that way.
No, Jax. Wait, Jax playing Soup.
I sure am.
Yep.
This is
So-
such a win,
So this
Jax. I'm so proud of
actually
you.
yeah. So the other thing is, I'm pretty sure like there's a document somewhere in the CCOM Discord for like from years ago of like proposed hypothetical new bingo objectives that I think April was responsible for. And one of them is jumpless 1500 meters, not with Super Dash. But it's possible I missed something, but as far as I could figure out, the only way to do the first room is technically you don't jump, but you hold jump while falling, so you fall slower, and that allows you to reach the dash crystal at the top.
A jump is a jump. You can't say it's only half a jump.
Um,
Sorry, I
and
have
so
to.
yeah, I didn't want it to. I didn't want to have an objective which depended on that technicality, and also a lot of people just wouldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
But with Super Dash, you don't have to do that. And
And on the subject of
to be
Super
honest,
Dash,
I don't think
Let's
that
go.
having Super Dash makes it really any easier to do the rest of the checkpoint. In some cases, it probably makes it harder because the longer dash just takes you into the dust bunnies, as Jax has discovered.
Yes, I certainly have. No.
I have not really been discovering that too much. I'm rusty, but it's fine. From like I say I'm rusty. I played like this objective once.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but
I'm
also
playing the one difficult room.
you've played Super Dash like a bit more in general, I think. So you're more used to curving the dashes, which definitely
That
helps
is
with
true.
not hitting the dust bunnies.
I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, Jax, where are you right now?
Outside room. You're probably
Oh,
catching up.
I'm in Ultra room. Okay, wait, what am I cooking? I'm not cooking. There.
Yes.
I don't know why I'm trying to just do strats that I know aren't possible. In fact, why don't I just do
Get
the
owned.
regular way? It's so over for me. I'm finishing it anyway. It's so over. I mean, at least I get to say that I made Jax play Soup.
You sure did.
That is my one crowning achievement in life. I have made Jax play Soup. By having a severe lack of skill, I have made Jax play Soup. We are so back.
Cool, this is a fun
Anyway.
board. Thanks for
Yeah.
picking this out and making
Yeah.
the generator bucket.
Fun board, GG's.
Yep. So I do plan to post this generator somewhere in the Discord after this event is done. I should possibly also make like a short rules document and maybe a cheat sheet for some of the weirder stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm also, if I'm online, I'm happy to answer questions about how you do weird objectives. And yeah, I am playing in the next event, so unless anyone really wants me to answer another question, I should start up Celeste and get off comms.
Alrighty, I am also done for today. Thanks for having me, folks. I hope you enjoy the last few events. Up next, we have TableTurf Bingo, which is 2 side-by-side boards that Pocket and Salt will be playing. And the comms will be able to explain it a little bit more than I am.
Alright, been fun playing Bingy, but it's time for another event. So yeah, I am also
Goodbye.
taking my leave. Goodbye.
Hello everyone! Well, that was exciting. Up next, we have one of the events that I've been really looking forward to, TableTurf Bingo, which is something that I've really wanted to be showcased in this event, and I'm glad to not only see it being played, but also get the opportunity to commentate on it. So yeah, we have Pocket and Salt playing as shown in the stream. So, I can briefly explain what the variant itself is. So what we have is a 5x10 board, and the way we're doing this for the players is that we have two different 5x5 boards, and both players start off with one objective ticked on their side of the board. So it's the middle objective, one column offset. And your goal is to claim as many objectives as you can, as in have more than your opponent. However, you have sort of fog of war's ticking rules, except you have vision of the whole board, so you can only tick on squares that are adjacent to ones you already have ticked. And that's really interesting because there is an aspect of sort of blocking off your opponent, and so you have this, should I just do stuff that it's safe for me, or should I risk a lockout? But if I win it, then that might be huge. Or maybe you make cutting off plays. And in this case, it's the position of the objectives and what the objectives are, so matter a lot. The one thing though is that Clear rule said if you have an objective ticked and all four adjacent objectives to it are also ticked, then you can tick diagonally. So it makes blocking off your opponent a little bit harder. Makes it interesting. Lastly, there's
Just
one...
realised I was muted.
Oh, sorry.
I've been trying to explain how there's a time limit. There's a time limit of 40 minutes in which to tick objectives. So that way you have to decide between whether to trying to like block your opponent's access to your side of the board or just rush as many objectives as possible.
Yeah, and the time limit makes this really cool because if there was no time limit, then you're always better off just competing, trying to block off your opponent first, and then just cleaning up stuff that's safe for you. But it can so happen that you have objectives that are safe, but you may not have enough time to do them all. And so it's, do you do stuff that you can get, but or do you go for a more decisive victory? Yeah, once we have the boards, it'll be a lot easier to explain.
I'm trying to rearrange my screen.
But yeah, our players here, Pocket and Salt, are both very experienced players, both in terms of speedrunning Celeste as well as Bingo. And so it's going to be quite interesting to see how they this format.
Haven't seen Salt play much recently, but I know Pocket's been at least somewhat active in the community.
Yeah,
I
and
want to say the last time I saw Salt play Bingo was in the Beginner Bash
Advanced
5
Bash.
incident.
oh,
I don't
yes,
think I've
Salt
seen
did
Salt
play
play
Advanced
since then.
Bash that happened a few months ago.
I don't remember seeing any of the games Salt played in, but maybe.
Yeah, fair.
I think Salt was
Oh, yeah.
on the other side of the bracket to me, and I was also playing in it, so I didn't
Oh
really see
yeah,
Salt very
that
much.
makes sense. Yeah.
Did I play Salt in the finals? I might have actually played Salt in the finals.
Well, I know I
Might just be
played
going
Salt on
insane
stream.
and played Salt in the finals. Hold on.
Yeah, I forget. But yeah, by the way, I want to give a huge shout out to Flaigudicolo for the variant. It was all her pre-child essentially, and It's a wonderful, wonderful variant that he's blessed us with.
Yeah, this variant's cool. It's one of the the less cursed variants.
I don't
Like-
call it course. It's like
It's
It's
not really
interesting.
cursed, but it's definitely not normal.
yeah, in the sense that
Yeah.
I would say there's like some variants
Like this one actually still feels like regular Lockout, despite being a completely different variant.
yeah.
It still retains that sort of like vanilla Lockout feel to it, despite being like
Yeah, it
not
has.
Lockout.
To me, it's like
I mean, it is-
Lockout, except in standard Lockout, you might as well like convert the bingo board into just a list of 15 objectives and nothing will change. Whereas in this, it's like the positions sort of matter. And so there's the quirks about our generator, or about just more information you need to read in order to make decisions. That being said, you also are limited as to what things you can do, because you can only take adjacent to what you have. That being said, you can always get objectives that you cannot take at the moment and delay them. You can also delay objectives you have and can't take. So there's also a mind game aspect where you might not take anything for a bit because you know your objectives are safe, and then just take a whole like snake across the board in order to catch your opponent off guard.
Hmm.
And maybe
Honestly,
they thought
this is
something
one
was
of those
safe. but
variants
isn't.
I hope gets played more in the future. This one I feel has a lot of potential for interesting games.
Yes, same.
And it's also
Uh,
one I feel like a lot of people would like. Like a lot of the other like interesting variants, and I say interesting loosely here, like TPK and RSK from yesterday. Like not everyone would want to play those. They're a
Yeah.
bit more unusual. Whereas this is like fairly standard bingo, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like
But I feel
standard
more
bingo.
people would be willing to play this compared to some of the other ones. So I wouldn't be surprised if this becomes one of the more popular variants in the future.
Oh, I'm gonna try to make it more popular.
Hmm.
So watch out for things from me. Another interesting thing about this variant is that it's also interesting to play in teams. So I've only played this once, and we played in teams. We did a 2 versus 3 because we had varying execs, and that was also quite interesting in terms of how do you split off between the two of you in order to cover ground to earn lockouts. So there's a lot of potential to be done with this. But yeah, we're gonna be set up pretty quickly now. Believe we have our
we were
board
probably just waiting
ready.
for Pocket to get off commentary and start up their stream. But that'll probably be nearly done now.
Yeah, they should be on pretty quickly. Yeah, it's like I'm also somewhat biased because the strategy aspect of Bingo is something I've enjoyed a lot more than the execution. I mean, the execution is fun as well, but Bingo has this sort of strategic element to it, and this is a game mode where there's lots of interesting things to talk about in terms of just different routing, different decision making, like balancing risk reward. Because not only do you have the normal, do you risk something your opponent can take before you, or do something safe, but you also have a risk factor against the timer. Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Bullet, do you have any idea which way around the two boards go? I've got both boards open, but I don't know which one goes on the left and which one goes on the right.
My plan right now is to just wait for them to show up on stream and then arrange them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But okay, what I believe is, in terms of on the left board, this will be easier to explain, and we can see it again once we have the boards on stream. But on the left board, we have the third row and the second column take for one player. So it's the, guess that would be B3. So essentially, it's like in the middle.
It's essentially the center objective on each board that's furthest away from the center of the entire thing. If that makes
Basically,
sense.
if you've played air hockey, then it's like where you'll keep your the paddles on default is sort of where the starting objectives are. It's like right in front of your goal, but not touching it. At least that's how I see it.
Hmm. It does almost feel like some sort of like sport pitch or
I
something.
mean, it is called TableTurf after all.
Hmm.
I'd assume that's something.
I hadn't really thought much about the name before. Yeah, that does make sense,
There's
actually.
TableTurf. I don't know, I just saw table and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. It's a table.
Oh, we have our answer to which way around the two boards go. The one called Room 2 goes on the right.
Oh, that's convenient.
TableTurf is Lockout, yes. Which
Yes.
means you can, like, create a wall of objectives to stop your opponent accessing your side of the board.
Yeah.
Although the way to counter that would just be to
Oh,
rush in as soon as
Splatoon.
possible and try and get into your opponent's side. So it'll be interesting to see whether the players play offensively and just try to get into their opponent's side, or play defensively and try and stop their opponent getting into their side.
Yeah, definitely. And also how these decisions change based on game state, because the players can see what the objective counts are for both sides, just like regular Lockout. And so you can make
According to
decisions based
Flying,
on
who
that.
was the creator of the variant, the name is a reference to a Splatoon minigame.
Yep. But yeah, I guess this game mode, more so than regular Lockout, also has this element of like just luck or randomness given to you. Because in Lockout, you have the same 25 objectives for both players to do. Granted, based on your difference in comfort with different things, it can matter.
Picked so that the starts are both fairly fair.
Oh,
'Cause
that's
I remember
good.
when I
That's
played it, I
good.
kind of got screwed over by my starting objectives, and it took me a while to get going.
Yeah, this is
I
a
think I had to
game mode
create
where.
a clear first pass or something just to get out of the
Oh
starting
no,
squares.
that's.
It was
Yeah,
not good.
that seems. Yeah, that does not seem good.
Because like the other options were all in 6A or 7A.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay, that's just really rough. Okay, I'm just gonna look at. Okay, looking at the board, I think they seem fine. I don't see anything too terrible to get players going.
Okay, that's good. I'm not going to reveal the boards yet, so that way I can wait for when
Right.
the game actually begins.
Yeah, but. Oh,
Also, I
running
probably
RNG,
shouldn't be
nice.
watching the Celeste community actual stream while it's paused. I'm not actually going to see any gameplay from that, am I?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. So there's definitely this aspect of it's like a card game or deck builder in the sense that you're sort of given a starting hand and it's how do you do things with that. But also that means it can, especially if you're more overwhelmed by Lockout, or maybe you want something more different, more spicy, then this is definitely something where it's like every game's gonna be different because just the locations of objectives themselves can matter a lot. And also it's like you
Also,
have two
currently
different
using the
modes.
solo Blackout generator, which does remove a couple of the particularly nasty objectives like Bird's Nest. It doesn't move. Does it remove Bird's Nest? No, I think Bird's Nest. Is Bird's Nest still here?
I am not gonna
I think 7B is
comment on.
removed, and I think Reach EH is removed. So at least you can't get screwed over by those.
Yeah, the one thing though is you can go around objectives, although it will take you a lot more. Oh, we have
Like,
boards
it's-
now, and the player
We have
streams.
boards.
So they haven't been revealed yet, but we do have boards. Exhibit P versus Madeline. Alright, and we've begun. Yep. And as we see, Bird's Nest is on the board. However, it's the starting objective, which means you don't need to do it.
That's convenient.
Yep.
You can
And
probably reveal the boards and look at them in more detail.
yep. So, As I explained, those are your starting objectives, and the nice thing about for us as the viewers as opposed to our players is that we get both boards merged together as just one seamless 10 by 5, as opposed to our players who have to scroll between two different boards. Alright, let's see what we have here. So, we start with the blue side. In terms of early objectives, 1 Bino in 5 still take a while. They might go for 2-way full clear that also gets them 10 berries, and then
I
get
feel
2
2-way full
cassettes.
clear into 2 cassettes is going to be the play from Pocket here, to be honest.
Yeah, although
Because
4
1
jumps
Bino
in
in 5
is
it's
slow.
fairly fast, but it takes a while to actually get to that point in the game. Same thing with Reflection Cassette.
I have one idea, which is you can get 1A cassette and hard. You can play 2A full clear, skip 3A, do 4A start ARP, and then go farewell for power source keys. And then that can get you all the way up from 2A full clear, 2 cassettes, power source keys, 4A start ARP, city
I'll
blue,
take you
3
all
keys, and
I'll-
1 up
you
in
can
2 if
also
you
get
do.
1 up in 2 along the way, and that'll get you to
Yeah,
another 2
and-
keys in power source. Oh
Yeah,
gosh.
because since these
There
are
are 3
two
power
separately
source
generated
objectives.
boards, you can have the same
There are
objective
3
appear
power
twice.
source objectives on the bottom half of this.
Yeah, so Farewell's looking good. Although it is worth noting that just because you see this path to your opponent, your opponent might also go for things in order to prevent you from achieving that. Let's see what makes sense from Salt's perspective. So you have 1 up in 2A, that also synergizes well with 1 up in 2 chapters. Then you have submit cassette or search keys. So not that good either. And then you have a mess order. Like on the surface,
Looks
both
like Salt
players have
didn't
some
get an
slow
objective
objectives.
faster, but then Salt just hits the brick wall 1 objective later than Pocket does, I think.
Yeah. Although what about going upwards? I guess yeah, there's okay, one thing that's interesting
The thing
is
is,
that
you
I
then
don't
hit
think
core blue
we
if you go
have
up. You hit core blue.
yeah.
You do either
No, you
Grappler's Lake or core blue if you go over the top.
You can do you can go Grapples Lake and then 2 TOs. Although 9 Binos is also slow. Like the interesting thing here is that neither side, at least to me, doesn't look like either side just has a really good board compared to the other. They both have things that they don't just have like 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A objectives that can just get them a lot. Reese's Row
Honestly,
2
feel
is a
this
string
game
attack
could just
option for
come
both
down
players.
to whoever just gets out of their starting objectives first and takes a lot of the quick ones in the middle.
Oh, we have 2 5 berries in Pico separated by 10 and 5. Let's go, we have 2 Grappler's Steps. How many objectives do we have repeated on
We
this?
have 2 Bird's Nest and Epilogues.
Wait, we have 2. Oh yeah, the other one's in a corner
have
though,
2
so
Bird's Nest and
shouldn't
Epilogues.
matter. Yeah, we generate 2 birds and they both somehow have Bird's Nest on them. Three salts except for pocket. But yeah, so it looks like Salt's been going for the 1 up. Guess I've been paying too much attention to what the players have been doing. Pocket's getting cassettes, that makes sense. So
Seeing a lot of 5A in like the middle section of these boards. There's like Grappler's
Right.
Depth, Search Keys.
Curious to see
Video
if Salt is going
cutscenes.
to take the 1 up here. Oh, that's a nice 1 up. No. Okay, that's good. Because it's like, you know that 1 up in 2A is very safe at the moment and for a while. So there's no reason to just give your opponent information. Yeah, they probably figured you're doing that, but it still helps to not give away information such as when you did it. Alright, and that's 2A blue for pocket. Yep, that makes sense for all collectibles. And might as well get a 1 up while you're doing it for 1 up in 2 chapters.
Yep, this makes sense so far. I
And
did get
oh,
1A
what's-
cassette right. I was looking at Salt's screen.
I don't remember, but I would assume they did.
I know
Oh,
he
after they
definitely
get
went to the left side
reflection
of Chasm,
cassette.
but I don't remember seeing the cassette room.
Yeah. So, we were talking about how our players can make progress towards each other, but it can also be interesting to see like what objectives do they have towards their own side that are still easily accessible. Because ultimately it's the overall objective count that matters, and When he's
Yeah,
looking
no,
for
Pocket did
Pocket.
get the other cassette. So that is 2
Yeah,
cassettes.
okay, so that's 2 cassettes done. Like, they have
Just
some
need to
nice
gain access
objectives
to
with
2
this 2A
cassettes
full
now.
clear. There's all berries in intervention, there's 10 berries in 2A, and those are just objectives Pocket just gets for free, basically. Reflection cassette is something they'll definitely end up getting at some point. 3 wing berries as well. And then 500 meter berries.
Yeah,
So,
Reed's
like,
brought up the idea of Pocket doing a ridge skip here to get Resort and Temple for 4 Theo cutscenes and other similar objectives on this board.
yeah, that is also a play. Yeah, you can do grapple steps into Tio's phone.
That's like
Yeah, that's one of the
progress towards
interesting
8
things
winged,
about
it's
this as
progress
well.
towards the 3A and 5A objectives.
Yeah.
Like, it has Pico berries.
No, one of the reasons the timer itself is interesting, although given that we have 40 minutes and players of this execution level, I don't know how much the timer is gonna matter, is that sure, you might have a play that gets you, oh no, Pocket dies with the berry. Okay, you can go back for that.
The 40-minute timer is absolutely going to matter. I don't see both of these players blackouting all 50 objectives in 40 minutes.
Yeah, although yeah, and so what I meant was that you might have a route that sets you up for a lot of objectives, but if you run out of time before you can actually finish the objectives, then it's not going to mean anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, and yeah, as we, I forget, did Pocket get a 1-up in 2A?
Maybe? Someone in chat might have to help out here.
Yeah.
No.
No? Ooh, interesting.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, to be fair, the 1-up objectives are nowhere close to where Pocket is. 1-up in 2 chapters is very, like, firmly within purple territory. And there's plenty of other opportunities
I
to
feel Pocket
get
has a
1-ups.
nicer path to it, but it is just a lot closer to south side of the board.
Yeah, although, like, how close it is doesn't really matter as much in terms of distance as it does in terms of time. Ooh. Alright, meanwhile we have Salt playing 3A. Well, yeah, they're likely going for the mess order on their side of the board. Should be
I was
chess,
really
six
confused why
towels.
Salt was
Oh, that's
so far
80%.
ahead, but it's because Pocket's doing full clear.
Yeah, and Pocket has had a couple of fortunate moments like that to go back for O'Berry and etc. But yeah, it's not.
Yeah, once
It'll
Pocket
still be
ticks this,
interesting.
that's this and 2 cassettes done, which puts Pocket in the lead.
Yeah, like one interesting thing is that even if you have sort of not your best execution early on, this mode can be a lot less punishing than Lockout because you don't just lose a bunch of objectives right away. So you have more opportunity to make up for it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright, Salt has ticked 1-up in 2A. Maybe that happened a while ago. And yeah, any person order is nice here. Think they need the heart here, so they can just skip it for now.
I think I did see something that required hearts, but I want to say it was on Pocket's side of
Was
the
it-
board. Oh yeah, 2 blue,
There's
2
core
red is top middle.
Okay. True, although if you want 2 blue hearts, you might just
Yeah.
not get this
Was
one.
there anywhere specifically?
Right, and
Anywhere
yeah,
specifically
that's...
wanting resort heart? No, that's resort cassette, but no resort heart. I don't think.
Yeah, alright, so Pocket's ticked a few objectives. See what they have access to.
Okay,
there is
Pocket does go for the
start of
resort.
3A. Yeah, that makes sense. Partly
That
is
does
that
make
even
sense.
though you can play resort and have a route, it's like you should know that since you play 2A full clear, you're gonna be behind. So
Yeah.
if you want to contest some of the late game things, then you're probably better off skipping resort here.
Anyway,
or rather, if you want to
Pocket
contest
is now
like
going for the
4A,
second
5A.
one up.
Okay, yeah, this is good. They should also be doing... yeah, I should also get them all great start of 4A. Meanwhile, Salt here is ugly making their way to the cassette. Alright, but What's your play at Salt here after you finish Resort?
I could see a Lich skip happening here, to be honest.
Yeah, although I don't know, I still feel like
Lich
there is some good late game stuff in
skip
order to
into
get you
search keys into
going.
power source, maybe?
Maybe, but at that point, yeah, that is one. You can go for search keys, or you can play foray and then skip into late. Actually, Temple does some stuff.
Temple does have
What
a
do you
fair
need
bit of
Wish
stuff in the
for?
middle with Theo's phone, 4 Theo cutscenes,
Yeah.
Grabless Depths, keys in search.
Actually, yeah, if you do want to go for 4 Theo cutscenes, which I think Salt would like to because they have access to 3. I think, yeah,
Also,
skipping
believe
4
you
makes
get
the most
the
sense.
elevator shaft Theo cutscene.
Yeah. Well, I think they can just go get that later. So yeah, you can get 2 search keys, 2 Theos, 4 Theos, and then Theo's phone. And you can also just do grabless depths, although I wouldn't assume all of that to be available by the time you get there, but you never know. And that can give you a comfortable amount of space.
Farewell is pretty strong on this board, but I don't know if anyone's actually going to be able to capitalize on it at all soon because they actually have to reach the objectives first.
Yeah, so what I was thinking of is that Farewell made sense in terms of getting to Summit or Reflection it's slow. Instead, I can just go into Farewell and mainly, sure there's a few objectives, but it also lets you snake across the board. And it's sort of the time value that matters, but now that if both players commit to not getting Farewell for a while, then just because of your timer, it might be like less fruitful to be in Farewell. Because you are gonna spend a lot of time in Farewell to get a few objectives.
Well, Assault does go for the resort skip and enters Temple.
Okay, this is good. Yeah, it's
I think either way could be played well here.
honestly, I like both their positions. It's well, if these boards were handpicked, then good job to whoever did that.
Yeah, that does mean Salt is ahead in progress, I believe, despite playing 3A, 5A.
Yeah. Yeah, as Reed
The question
saying,
is,
the
are we
pace
going to
is
see a
not.
5A, 5B divide here, seeing research keys is on Salt's side of the board?
5P is
I
good
don't
for
believe
the
Pocket has any reason to
binos.
play... Oh, there's Grabless Depths, but that's not really enough to warrant playing all of 5A, I don't think.
Yeah, you can also just do grappler steps and still play 5P. 5P helps you get 1 bino in 5, which can open up a path for 3 winged. Although not having
There's
gone
2
in
Grabless
3A.
Depths on this board.
Yes.
Where's the other Grabless Steps?
There is top left of the right board. Next to core blue.
Oh yeah, there are 2 Grabless Depths. Huh.
There's a lot of repeated objectives. Yeah, as Reed points out, if Pocket is not careful here, they can lose Theo's phone and the grabless depth objectives, and that's not good. Especially because if Salt manages to steal grabless steps on Pocket side of the board, they can very easily do 5 berries in Pico, and then even get 3 winged. Although Pocket likely will get to 3 winged first from 1 bino in 5, but it's just having your opponent this far into your territory is not a comforting thought.
Yeah, but at the same time, if anyone plays Farewell, they can sneak in through the bottom. So as Pocket here, you have to
True.
make a decision as to whether you're going to like try and block off
Alright,
your
Pocket's
opponent
out
from
of Bridge.
bottom
Do
or
they
from
go
the top.
Farewell? No, we're in Temple. Okay,
Going Temple.
that's good. Like, both players going grabless depth could also make sense here because it's just... As for Pocket, you get 1 bino in 5, grabless depths, then Theo's phone.
Yeah,
And then-
I don't hate 5B here from Pocket for the Bino and the B side.
Yeah, alright, what are Pocket's binos? You have 2A and...
2A,
You
4A,
have
5A,
4A.
5B, and then
And you have access to 1B.
Probably 1B because of the cassette.
Yeah.
Maybe
There
7A.
are also 7 binos on the board, and Summit has other stuff. You can also do Reflection for Reflection Cassette and the bino. So there's options. You can also play 5A
Honestly,
and still
I
get
like
the
this
binos.
5A play from Pocket.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I like both their routing so far.
Yeah.
And I think this game is pretty close so far.
I think going 5A over Farewell here was correct.
Yeah, I still like the farewell play, but hey, it's like
Yeah,
we have
Farewell
the
is good,
luxury
but
here to just
I think it's not good enough yet.
no, not yet. Maybe I don't know. I was saying there's maybe an option for Pocket to go farewell after 4A.
Farewell for the
But
fifth
now that I
Bino
think
for one
about
Bino
it,
and 5 is an option too, I guess.
yeah. Although you might lose too much stuff from the middle if you go with that, but would you? If you get 1 Bino at 5, because yeah, farewell does get you Binos. Oh, there's also 2 keys in 5B for Pocket. I just noticed that. So maybe 5B is the play.
Where's 2 keys 5B? Oh, it's top
Oh,
left.
top left. Yeah, so it's not that important in
Yeah, I
terms
would
of
like to see 5B
competing,
from
but it's an
Pocket here.
objective.
Okay, Pocket is going down to get the cassette at least.
Yeah, I
Hopefully he
doubt
picks up the
Blue
Bino
Red
as
in
well.
Bridge will get ticked just because of the time limit. But at least like the top left corner, I think Pocket might be able to clear out. Alright, meanwhile Salt's working on the keys. And let's see. Actually, after they get the keys, it probably just makes sense to just go for the TOs first instead of finishing 5A. Actually, can Salt get to Grappler's depth on Pocket side of the board before Pocket can take it? I think they might be able to. They have all TOs accessible now. So it's just a bunch of cutscenes. It'd be like 2-3 minutes.
I feel if Pocket's not careful, Salt can steal a whole load of objectives at the top center of this board, which puts Salt in
Yeah.
a very good position, I feel.
Yeah,
I think Pocket
Definitely.
needs to realise this and hard commit 1 Bino and 5 to gain access to the top center.
yeah. I think maybe Pocket doesn't realize just how endangered that those objectives are.
Why did we see a bingo drop from Salt? I wasn't paying attention. I don't think we did if that was the
I
second
don't
key.
think. Yeah, no, I think Salt went right first to get that key.
Salt decides to delay
Oh,
2 keys in search
farewell.
and go power source.
Hmm?
Coming in from the bottom instead of from the top like I expected.
Alright, what do you get at the
Well, that's
bottom?
interesting.
You get power source keys, resort cassette, city blue, and then might try to get 4A start arb into 2 keys all the way there. Yeah, that's also a play.
Pocket
And yeah,
plays
Pocket's
1B.
in
Looking
1B.
for the Bino.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Pocket
I do like
realizing
it.
how important it is to get 1 Bino in 5 here, so that's really good awareness. Because
Salt
could
aiming
have
for the
done
bottom
TOs right
center and
now.
Pocket aiming for the top center. This could be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. This also helps them get 7 Binos soon.
7 Binos isn't very crucial.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
that'll
a
just
nice
happen when
objective
it
to
does.
have, but like getting the last couple of Binos can wait until the last couple of minutes because it doesn't take very
Right.
long, and it's just a nice objective to clean up at the end probably.
Yeah, so one possibility is to go. How slow is 10 in 5? Because one thing Pocket can do is go 10 in 5, getting 3A start arb and then 5 Pico berries. And then from their 1 in 5 Binos Grappler steps, they can go up and to the right from the 2 5 berries and Pico objectives and 10 in 5. And then they can maybe steal the other Grappler steps and 2 TOs. Although I doubt they'll be
I feel
stealing
2
2
blue, 2
TOs.
red with 1B, 5B is a stronger play than 10 and 5 here, to be honest.
That's also true. Oh yeah, you can get 5 berries in Pico and then 2 Binos in 3. You have 4A, you have 1B, and then you can have Summit, say.
Yeah. 10 bows and 5 is quite a slow objective here for Pocket, I feel.
Yeah.
Yes, they have 2A full clear and they have a 1-up in 4A, but they don't really
And
have
they have
much
3A
else.
start arb.
But they do have 3A startup, okay? It's not that bad then.
Yeah,
That-
and
that
if you
is,
want to
like-
go Pico, you might as well get 3A startup because you don't want to play 3A start again.
Hmm. Like, it's still slow, but it's not necessarily a bad play.
Yeah. Definitely. And yeah, we are past the 20-minute mark. So we are halfway done with this game and we have 6 objectives ticked. But this is kind of how this goes, where at the beginning it's slower because you're building up. And then towards the end half, you'll just see lots of crazy ticks.
Hmm. Yeah, Salt has 2 keys searched and is delaying it until the power source keys objectives already. Oh, and
Yeah.
there we go.
Ooh, yeah, that's the power source keys into a whole bunch of ticks. Alright, meanwhile, Pocket's getting close to this Bino, which might be their
And
5th.
it has pockets ticks.
Yeah.
And suddenly the game's now 8-6.
Although now we finally have contested objectives in that 8 winged and 4 Theo cutscenes are objectives either player can take.
I feel 4 Theo cutscenes is going to Salt regardless, but
Yeah, I don't
8 wings could
unless
either,
Saul
I
just
feel.
doesn't go for it. Okay, but if you see
Pocket's
yeah.
playing 5B though, where Salt's got search access.
Okay. I think Salt very likely goes for City Blue soon, and then maybe they can steal for a start art. Because that can also get them the other 2 keys in source. I don't think it's worth going any further than that, because Blue and Red and Ridge is not worth the time. Because like after that is 2
Pocket's
KR.
probably going for 5. It's probably going to go for like 5 berries
Okay.
Pico.
Intervention.
Or
No, quits out. Oh wait, alright, this is
I'm
for
trying to figure out what
2
Pocket's
Theos.
trying to do it in
And yet
late
Salt takes
5B
2
here. Is
Theos.
this a play for late game access?
Alright, I think Salt might go 5% Pico in order to get the other grapple steps. Don't think they have any
Salt seems to be
B-sides
playing for
yet.
Theo cutscenes right now.
Yeah, I think after Seek Pocket to go all the way to Theo's phone, it is scary. I guess technically there isn't information here to say whether Pocket played 3A or 4A. Alright. Yeah, we thought Salt's going into Pico.
I haven't quite figured out what Pocket's doing in Mixmaster right now. Is this a play for Reflection Cassette?
I think so. It
Was
might
it
also be for
Gem
2 blue,
Summit?
2 red, actually.
Oh yeah, no, it's a B-side for 2 blue, 2 red.
Yeah.
I still feel this shouldn't be the immediate aim.
Yeah.
Maybe
Although,
maybe Summit
I
for
don't know
10 berries and 5?
else you would be as Pocket right now, because you know you have to do this. And there isn't anything more pressing at the moment. It's like once you see your opponent take the power source keys, you might just be, okay, maybe they can have the bottom row entry. I cannot stop them on time.
Salt has now created an entire wall blocking off their side of the board. Now the question is, as Salt,
Yeah.
do you continue pushing into Pocket side of the board, or do you just get as many objectives as possible on your side before the timer's up?
I would like to see them, and yeah, they're going for City Blue. I think you definitely go for City Blue. I would say for a startup as well for 2 keys. I don't think you push further. On top, it's you have access to 2 blue, 2 red. Maybe you can go for that. Well,
I'm
on
not,
one
I'm not
side.
sure if I like Pocket's Reflection Cassette play here.
Yeah. Although I guess
Like, yes, this gives you 3 objectives right now, but Salt can't contest these 3 right now either.
Yeah, I think maybe Summit for 500 meters orbs, and then 2 binos in 3, and then 2 blue, 2 red might be what I would have done. But I think it's still fine, because you still have time for that. I don't think Salt is anywhere close to 2 blue, 2 red.
Unless
And
those
yeah.
3 objectives ticked.
Yeah. So yeah, scores right now 12
And
to
use 7
12.
binos.
Yeah. Although Assault is soon going to be taking 2 objectives with 4 a Start Orb and 2 keys and Power Source.
It's an interesting choice ticking 7 binos right now.
Yeah. I wonder if he
Objective
can
was
will
completely
get
surrounded.
Yeah, I wonder if he will get
But
to the point
maybe-
with it. Sorry, go ahead.
I was trying to figure out if maybe it's like to make Salt think that Pocket has B-side progress and to not bother contesting B-sides or not bother contesting Summit. Or maybe Pocket just like didn't think that deep into it and just ticked it because it's an objective.
Maybe. Well, I guess you'd expect them to have it by now. But yeah, you didn't need to take any of those because those were completely safe. Maybe there's also sort of psychological pressure that, hey, the game is closer than it might otherwise look.
Yeah. Anyway, Pocket does seem to be going for the 0 meter berries, so this is a 10 and 5 play.
Yeah, I like that. So at least what I'm seeing right now is the only thing I don't know is whether there'll be enough time for this to matter. But Pocket might end up in a situation where they have time, but they don't have objectives they can do because of how aggressively Salt has sort of boxed them in.
Yeah.
Alright, Salt is also getting berries and Troy. So this might be a 10 and 5 play from both sides.
I think there is still enough time for this Summit play to be good. Because you get
Yeah.
4 gems, you get progress towards 8 wings, you get 2 binos and 3 progress, you get 10 and 5 progress, you get all berries 500 meters.
I think Salt might just finish with the Tio cutscenes, that way they don't have to watch the last one.
I didn't think of that, but yeah, that makes sense. It's not like Pocket's contesting it after having played 5B, and Pocket knows that Salt knows that Pocket's played 5B now, so...
Yeah, and also like even if Pocket did go for it, that's a lot of time Pocket spends trying to steal one objective. So like a 2 objective swing for that much time is not worth when you're on a time limit like this.
Yeah.
Alright, Pocket continuing on with 0 or 500 meters orb, and this also get them 10 berries in the chapter.
It's worth noting that Salt still doesn't have late game access.
Yes,
So
I don't know
although
if
Salt does in theory look better, there's a lot of objectives on Salt's side that require late game access.
Yeah, so I
There's still
think
going to be like a minute or 2 investment just finishing off 5A now. Salt
think
did
we
in
might
fact not
see-
finish Search, I believe.
Okay, I see. Yeah, we might have a situation here where we have on Pocket's side sort of trying to get as many things on your side as possible, but Salt might be more contesting towards blocking off Pocket and may not have enough time to clean up their own side. Okay.
Anyway, that's our first Summit objective.
Yeah, and okay, there should be all berries in Shrine for Salt, which they can take it and get City Cassette. I don't think Visit Board's Net's gonna be happening.
As much as I want to see it happen, yeah, it's not going to happen with the 11 minutes we have left.
Did Salt not do Chessbook's Towel Mess Order, or did they just not take it?
I don't know. I
I mean,
wasn't
that is
watching
any
Salt's
person
screen during
order. I
Mess.
think they did it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, start of 3A berries with 10 berries and 5. Yeah, this is fine.
Okay, so in terms of berries, Pocket has 10 and 2A, so 7A. I know 4A they have at least 8, and they can easily get 10. And
That just leaves 1A and
Right.
3A.
oh yeah. And
1A berries
that
are
shouldn't be too
fast,
slow.
and 3A has synergy.
Yeah, So this is good, and you get 2 blue, 2 red, and then that sort of blocks off 5 berries in Pico and 2 binos in 3 on your side as being safe.
Which I guess are just 2 things you can finish off in the last couple of minutes if you have to.
Yes. Alright, meanwhile, yeah, Salt finishing Surge, this makes sense. Do you do for
There's
objectives
4
at
Theo
all?
cutscenes.
Is there a world where you get 4 seeded and snowballs in Summit?
Probably not this late into the game.
Probably not. Oh, there is Summit Cassette. There's 4 gems in Summit. Yeah. Things I definitely don't see anybody doing are blue and red in Ridge. I think you just don't have the time for that to be worth it.
I would maybe see Pocket doing it if he didn't already have like part of 1A complete for 2 blue, 2 red. But I don't think it's worth with the first checkpoint of 1B complete.
Yeah, I think you just finish 1B.
At this point, you just finish 1B, yeah.
I'm not sure if Pocket has 4A cassette either.
I don't believe Pocket does have 4A cassette, no.
Okay, yes, in that case, definitely you should just finish 1B. Alright, and Salt finished 4 Theo cutscenes. That makes sense.
Yeah,
It's been long.
A point has been raised. If Salt reaches 23, Pocket just can't win. There are not enough objectives for Pocket to be able to win if Salt reaches 23.
Ooh, that's a good point. So Salt just needs
Salt
4
just
more.
needs to reach 23, and then they win.
I think, yeah, you have 8 minutes. You definitely can, right? You can definitely get snowballs if you just give a couple minutes to 4A. Or if you play...
4A.
Yeah. Honestly, you might have more synergy with Summit for Summit cassette and snowballs. You can definitely get into 2K in time. I don't know if they can get 8 winged.
Anyway, Salt seems to be contesting 2 blue, 2 red right now.
Yeah. And also getting binos for 2 and 3. But I think Pocket wins that.
Pocket, however, also seems to be playing for those objectives, so this could be interesting.
I think Pocket just has the lead, right?
I believe so, yes. Pocket does have Summit access, so that's 1 chapter with 2 binos, and did play 4A first pass, that's another with 2 binos.
Yeah, but before the binos, Salt is going to need 2 blue, 2 red, and is this their first B-side?
I think so. This is Pocket's second, having played 5B first pass.
Yeah, I do like this from Salt because you do have 3 B-sides on your side, so at least it gives you progress towards that. Although if you do go for 3 B-sides, I don't think you have time to get anything else. So yeah, the 40 minutes are gonna
here you have
matter.
to play Summit.
I agree.
Like, it's not good, but all of the other options are worse with the time given.
Yeah. I think I like this from Pocket, but I think after this you have to go Summit to get 4 gems. Because you can't let Salt steal that. Actually, maybe you do go for Blue Red Ridge then? Or do you go for All Berries 2K? Maybe All Berries 2K because of the 8 wing synergy. As Pocket. Because you might have time to do one of the 2.
Wait, Salt now entering 3B as his second B-side?
Yo, 3B, nice.
And not picking up the first bino?
I think you can just
in an effort to secure 2 blue, 2 red?
I think I like this. It's because it's fine, yeah. You need to be through that first, and if you do get locked out and you wanna finish the B-side still, then you'd rather have 3B progress than the first bino that does nothing for you.
Yeah.
Like, at Salt, I don't think you know about 5B. But you didn't know that Pocket had 1B access, although it's been so long that either player could have just done B-sides. Right, and those should be the ticks. Oh yeah, I think Pocket still needs a blue heart.
many blue hearts does Pocket have? Is this the first one or is this the second one?
This might be the first one.
I
Oh no,
want to
this
say
is the
it's the
second one.
first
They have
one.
two-way. They have two-way for a full clear.
Oh, right, yes. 2-way full clear.
Pocket have some struggles getting up here, but makes it. And there should be 2 blue, 2 red.
Hmm. This Pocket here, is there enough quick stuff you can do to actually catch up to Salt? Or is this just game now?
I don't know. I think what you have to do is go summit and win 4 gems, 8 winged, and 2
Trail winged
K.
or trail winged? Oh, trail winged is fine.
Yeah, winged is fine. But because you basically need everything on the board except for blue red ridge.
Hmm.
But you only have 4 minutes left.
I'm assuming
And if
this
you
is
go
a quick
for
win to play
Pico-berries-
into play summit and hope to get as far as possible before the time's up.
Yeah, I mean, you know Salt already has 19, so you need 2 more to catch up, and likely Salt gets at least something else here.
Presumably
3
that'll
more?
be 8 winged and 4 gems in summit? Or maybe 8 winged Pico berries.
Oh, they do have a lot of wings, so they can hopefully get 8 winged.
8
5
winged
berries
Pico
in-
berries.
Yes. Oh, they don't have huge mess wings, so
Yeah.
this gets them 8.
Yeah,
Good,
huge
this is
mess
good.
winged and then play Pico. Yeah, this works.
Okay, this is nice, and I think that might give them enough time to go for 4 gems. I'm not sure. This
No,
is
it
tight.
probably won't. 4 gems is like 3 minutes.
Yeah, probably not. I forget how much summit progress they have.
Pocket did get the 0 meters gem actually.
Yeah.
Did Pocket get the 500 meters gem? I want to say
think-
yes.
Another good thing or good routing decision from Pocket is to get this winged first before Pico, because it can be more contested. All is downside that now you have to lose time overall getting back out. That's not too much. But yes, Salt gets snowballs here. That puts them at 20, and it'll be really hard for Pocket to get 20.
4 gems in summit could happen with exceptional summit playing, I think. Depends how long these
Yeah,
Pico
I
berries
think
take
that's
though.
their... Yeah, I think that's their only play as well.
This is about a minute long objective, I think.
Yeah.
That does leave like a minute 20 or so to do
Yeah.
1,000 meters with the gem and a few rooms of 1,500. I
Although
don't
the
think
gem
it
is
will happen, but it
considerably-
could, maybe.
Maybe. I'm also doubtful, but let's see.
Will this still be the 5th berry?
Oh no, that death.
Quite a costly death.
Meanwhile, Salt is just finishing off Temple. I doubt they'll be picking up any objective within the next minute and a half. They do have snowballs, they're just delaying it. Okay, it's 19 all. Well, really, it's 2019.
I don't think Pocket has enough time here.
Oh yeah, good point, Jax. There's 45 berries as well. I'm not sure how close Salt is to that. Although if you're
I know
going for
Pocket has
45...
45. It's on the
Unless they
complete
have-
wrong side of the board for Pocket.
Yeah, unless they have 44, I don't think you want to be in rescue to get 45. Right.
It just occurred to me that I'm not sure if the players can actually see the timer.
Yeah, maybe not.
Do they know how long they have left?
I mean, surely they keep some sort of timer because they know when they started and they were told that it's gonna be 40 minutes.
Anyway,
So you
Salt
said
has
they're
now
not
got
keeping track of that.
Salt now has got 45 berries, which means he wins regardless.
Okay, yeah,
and
at
Pocket
21
doesn't
this
have
is
enough time to
over.
get this last gem.
Yeah.
Time is up
Right,
now.
2, 1, and that's time.
That is time.
Right,
GG
GG's to
Salt,
Salt.
GG Pocket. Both played well.
Yeah, good game, both players. This was quite fun. Funnily enough, the farewell and getting the bottom row play ended up being decisive. So I think
Yeah.
otherwise Pocket would definitely have gotten 4-star Darb or City Blue.
Hmm. Assault was just too quick at blocking off the top half of the board while breaking into Pocket's side on the bottom half of the board.
Yeah.
But by the time Pocket had got out of the starting squares, there wasn't much he could do, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, GG's.
GG.
I hope that was fun. Next up, we should have... It's cheat mode co-op Blackout. On one team we have Ad and Epic, and the other we have Arrow, Bounce, and Julie. So it's gonna be quite exciting.
That sounds cool. Who's going to be replacing us as commentators?
Let's see.
Seems to be Reed and Gabriel.
Alright, cool. So yeah, talk a little bit about what we have coming up. It's going to be co-op cheat mode Blackout. So I think we've already seen co-op Blackout yesterday and earlier today as well, and it's essentially you're finishing out the whole board. However, unlike the fog game we saw yesterday, we don't have the two players can both see all the objectives, so you're not really getting too much information from just seeing what your opposing team has been doing. And yeah, your goal is you start off enter cheat mode and then you just go wherever you want. So for those who may not know, what cheat mode does is that it gives you access to every checkpoint, and also considers you to have enough hearts to open all the heart gates in core and farewell. And so it's you can go to any checkpoint and do things. However, you still need to get things like maybe bidos, gems, berries, etc. And to clarify, because one thing might come up, is what does it mean to complete a chapter versus like get a red heart? So to get a red heart, you can't just enter the final checkpoint of a B-side and then just finish that. But to complete a chapter, be it an A-side or a B-side, you have to finish every single checkpoint, but you can do them in any order. So in a way, it's similar to how grabless rules works for something like grabless 3A, where you just need to finish every checkpoint grabless at once, or at some point.
Anyway, it seems like the next comms are ready, so we'll head off now.
Alright, have fun. Thanks for having
Bye.
us. Bye.
Leo, welcome back.
Hello, thank you. Did some commentating yesterday, and I'm back now for more bingo.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to our fourth event of the day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have 5 events today. Guys. Welcome to our fourth event of the day, which I believe is cheat mode. Co-op Blackout is?
Yep. So we're gonna have some fun seeing players just go to any chapter they want, do some stupid stuff in the chapters as well, and there are 2 in each team.
Yep, exactly. Cheat mode is a form of bingo where you input a Celeste inbuilt cheat mode to start the game, and there are then objectives all over the place in B-sides and C-sides, etc. There's a custom generator for it, which includes this sort of fun stuff because you oftentimes don't see C-sides in bingo. So what are we looking at as far as player teams go? It is not Ad versus Epic.
Well, we have... And I lost the player list.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so they're gonna do Blackout as well, which is the whole board. There's no kind of trying to steal objectives from others. You just want to do all of them. which is slightly easier to manage for the players. You don't really have to hide what you're doing either, or you can completely hide what you're doing and just not tick anything.
Yeah, well, because it is co-op Blackout, there's really not much of a point to hide things because it is a game mode where there's no actual information involved. Both teams are just trying to complete as many objectives as possible.
Right.
I
Just if
think
you want
cheat
to
mode-
mess with the other team, you just want to tell them, hey, we've got 0 objectives done. Don't worry.
Yep. I think cheat mode is a really cool generator. I think that there are I think cheat mode is a really cool generator. There are C-sides, which, especially for these players, which I would say are about the intermediate level of exec in this community. With regards to them, I'd say that playing C-sides consistently might be a little tough. So we'll have to see players ready to adapt to whichever, to whatever the board might bring.
Yeah, the board is obviously different, as you said, so they'll need to quickly adapt compared to their normal bingo to try and get some better routes along with the C-sides. Obviously, cheat mode unlocks everything, so you really want to be efficient in what you're doing.
All right. In that case, I believe our players are close to ready, so we'll be transitioning for you anytime. Or not. Nope, sorry, whoops. Sorry about that, that was completely wrong. Let's talk a little bit more about the events coming up today, which at this point, there's only one remaining. We have Bingobuthardtoread coming up after this, scheduled about 50 minutes from now. Please do stick around. It's going to be... Bingobuthardtoread is a little bit difficult to explain, but
Isn't it self-explanatory? It's bingo, but hard to read.
Yeah, essentially, you put in all the completely normal objectives from the Celeste generator, and you have replaced them with absurdly difficult to pass nightmares. Hopefully you guys on stream should be able to still read the objectives, like actually physically read them, because I know there's going to be a lot of text on them. But us, as the players, have no idea what we're getting in for. Our job is going to be to read the bingo objectives that are there, and try to figure out what normal bingo objectives they correspond to and do them. It will be one heck of a time, for sure.
Do you have an example, for example?
Probably should have made one before starting talking about this board. Oh, I believe one example that was scrapped from the generator, thank goodness, was to get all of the Baileys in a checkpoint that didn't have a cassette, a seeded Bailey, a golden Bailey, start with the letter have the word old in its name, or like 3 other conditions.
Yeah, so that's just an example of what you're gonna see on all 25 spaces on the board.
So it might be a little bit chaotic. Developed by Random Name, who is well known for variant shenanigans in the community.
I think it's nice to finish on something like that where you really don't understand anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We're just here. This game here is just to be like, okay, let's calm down a little bit. We can understand basically what's happening. It's a little chaotic because there's cheat mode, so they can enter whatever they want, but that's it, really. And then the next game is just straight up, you can't understand anything.
Yeah, it's gonna be a ball for sure. Cheat mode, well, it'll probably look a little bit more chaotic. There will be 4 boards because this is a 2v2 match, but just Blackout, they're just completing the objectives. I did not make the cheat mode generator. To that, I have to give credit to the wonderful, amazing Metagoria, who has done so much for this community. However, I was around during its creation and did cross-check a lot of the objectives. So, hopefully speaking, I'll be able to talk about why some of the things are there and clarify the rules on some things. I think the only unintuitive objective is that because cheat mode automatically unlocks every checkpoint of every chapter, if an objective specifically uses the word complete, then you have to complete every single checkpoint. So an objective that says complete 5A, you can't just go to the last checkpoint of 5A and complete that one. You have to complete all of them.
Which makes
That's about
sense,
it.
right?
Mhm.
Which makes sense, right? You don't want to skip a checkpoint or just go to the end of the chapter to complete that.
Yeah, but by contrast, something like 2 lead heads, you can absolutely just skip to the last checkpoint of the B-side and rush over to the lead head.
Right. Yeah, so the strategies to get berries, for example, might be significantly different than a normal bingo run.
Because you have access to everything, and so you have to know what sorts of berries are potentially not necessarily fast to do as you play the chapter, but they are fast to do. They're just dense. You can get a lot of them quickly. Shrine, for example, is a section with like 9 berries that takes an extra like minute and a half, 2 minutes, which is terrible in comparison to the other berries in 4A normally. But in a mode like cheat mode, you don't need to worry about finishing Shrine. So going for those berries is oftentimes worth it. Ooh, quick transition, and then we're back to information screen. Yeah, I'm afraid. Give us a minute, just getting players set up.
Yeah, I commentated yesterday the rotationally symmetric Katengo. And then later down that day there was Twitch Plays Katengo. It was something. It was pure chaos. But it was fun.
It's a good way of describing it. Today is slightly less chaotic, but we will have a lot to do.
I mean, you say that, but Bingobuthardtoread is coming.
That won't be chaotic, it'll just be confusing.
We'll see.
Speaking of less chaotic, we see our 4 players, add an epic on the left, Bounce and Juliet on the right. Lots to look forward to with the event. These players have already activated cheat mode. They are all standing outside prologue. What they will do is the board will be revealed, and then they will re-enter prologue, and all start replaying prologue without cutscene skips. This is just to give players time to read the board. So cheat mode is on for all of them. They're just replaying this chapter to look at the board. Speaking of the board, what do you see?
Yeah, Summit B-Sides is like one of the longest ones I see there.
Yeah, the Summit B-side might be a bit. 8 cassettes in the bottom right corner is also a relatively long objective.
Goodness. The Golden Berry there as well, 1A.
What?
The wing
1A Golden Berry. Oh yeah, that's the thing. This is the only, I believe, 1A Gordon in this generator is... Oh, sorry, Winged Gordon. Never mind.
Yeah.
I think this generator might also have get 1A Gordon Berry, which is, as far as I know, the only Gordon Berry in any Celeste generator.
I assume the golden berries are unlocked from the start in cheat mode.
They are, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, then there's 8 winged berries, but that's easy. Well, easier.
Mm-hmm.
Grabless
There's all flags in
1,500.
3,000 meters, which has cute synergy with Complete the Summit B side. If you're playing all the checkpoints of Summit B, well, then you'll have to play the last one, 3,000 meters. And then, oh god, there's 30 berries in 7A?
Wait, really? Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh my god.
What did we do? Why did we make this generator like this?
Okay. We have Ad going for the 1C. 2 players going. Both of the pink team is just going for 1A directly, interestingly enough. While
Mhm.
green team is just going for completely different chapters.
Yeah, definitely. I think Epic here at the bottom left, just immediately gunning 7B is the correct move. It's a little weird to think about, but in cheat mode you can do any objectives in any order you want. So oftentimes the best thing to do is to sit in a really long chapter that has really little extra stuff to do in this chapter. Like Epic might be getting potentially binos and that's it to do here. Just so that you can like let your fingers play and have extra time to think about the board without constantly worrying if you're missing something or constantly moving between chapters or anything.
Yeah. I mean, you just see some of the longest objectives and you do them, basically.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's like one person has to do the Summit B side on their team, and it maybe makes sense for Epic to do it if Epic is more confident with 7B than Ad is.
Yeah, there's also
Alright.
team communication that comes in here, which is crucial to not have players obviously do the same objectives.
In the meantime, Arrow Bounce upper right is going for blue and red hut and city, and Jewel at bottom right is going for what is this?
15 berries in 3 chapters? I
I
assume?
suppose so. A little bit
Yeah,
of a
just
risky objective to go for immediately because you might not know what 3 chapters you want to do.
Yeah. Well, we got 14 berries. No, 15, okay.
Yeah, and we already see Julat hovering over 2A. Like, do I do this chapter? Do I not do this
Yeah.
chapter for 15 berries?
Yeah.
You don't. There's 15 in 3A and 30 in 7A on the board. But getting the leading comprehension for that takes time.
There's also a bit of Pico 8 that you need to play here.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 winged berries in 2 chapters, but then there's 8 winged berries, so you don't really care.
Yeah, it's interesting in cheat mode because it feels like it would be really easy. You would just, especially in co-op, it feels like it would be really easy. You just distribute the objectives evenly. But in practice, it's oftentimes a little bit harder because there are objectives like 8 winged that work well with one player doing a lot of synergistic things, like A sides.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to share 2 winged berries and 8 winged berries with 2 different players, obviously.
Like you don't want to share, like you don't want to split up, complete the Summit B side with 5 lead huts because that's a lead hut.
Okay, new me
Exactly.
talking here, but does the winged golden berry count as the winged berry?
Yes, it does.
Right. So that's also a small synergy there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm surprised how pink team is just going for the same chapters. I don't love it.
I definitely don't like this from Jolot, who's going for 15 berries here. Unfortunately, just hasn't noticed the fact that there are 2 other chapters you want to get 15 berries in.
Mm.
And so this is just not one of them. There is complete the Lich A side, so this works sort of nice, because 15 berries in 4A is fast if you're completing the chapter. But
But then his arrow bounced doing it, so... Who's also collecting berries, by the way. So...
Mhm. So a little bit
Yeah.
awkward, some stepping on each other's toes, but with good execution, they can make up for that. It's kind of why I
Yeah,
like
that's-
Blackout as a game mode.
That's why team communication is just essential.
Mm-hmm.
Just hearing the death sound over and over again to try
Yeah,
and get
we've got audio
There we
on
go.
ad top left. Wayne Gordon Bailey is never an easy objective at any skill level of bingo. Definitely less so at this skill level. Epic actually really cruising through the 7B. This is a solid pace. 5.5 minutes. Blue 2K is like a 10-minute chapter. That's really good. Makes sense that Epic was assigned to this.
Yeah, I took ages to try and complete the 1A with no dashes. Okay, Julep
Would
quitting
quick
out.
assist for bingo mod be fair here? Asked in the chat. In general, no. Quick claim or claim assist is not allowed in any tournament setting, just because there are all too frequently cases where players ghost tick an objective, and the amount of time it actually takes to physically tick it matters. And that's also, there have been Blackout games that have gone less than 0.1 seconds a pet, so not in Blackout either.
Are we going for more berries for on Julat's side? I
Think
assume
so. 15 berries in 3A has been noticed.
Mm. That's unfortunate for the 30 berries in 7A.
Mm-hmm. That being said, a little bit worried about Ad and Epic's side. If, first off, they've already split up Blue and Red Hidden City with the Summit Beast side, which is a little bit annoying with regards to 5 lead heads. But even more importantly for left side, who's going to do Bailey's? Because 30 in 7A plus 15 in 2 other chapters is a heavy time sink. And if one of them doesn't get on that fast, they'll be stuck with one player doing Bailey's at the end and the other player doing nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, again, you just want to do the longest objectives so that towards the end of the run you can get the other objectives out of the way with both players doing something, instead of just one player having to do one long objective.
I also wonder what these players are thinking of with regards to 8 cassettes, because that's no easy objective either. A couple of cassettes are nearby the checkpoint entry. Depths, Reflection, even Summit's pretty quick.
Yeah.
But then you've got cassettes like 8A, which just take a really long time to get to.
But at least you can get to the right checkpoint for each cassette instead of having to do the whole chapter.
That's true. Does make it a fair bit easier. Oh, funny thing to notice, and hopefully Joat does go for this. There's both 15 berries in 3A alongside get 10 Oshilla stuns, so it might be worth it to be going for some of the Plastential Sweet berries and stun Oshilla along the way. Just picking together synergy like that.
Yeah, the last, I believe it was just last match, there was like kill 10 different Seekers. Here it's just 6, and it doesn't have to be different, so it's slightly easier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Yeah, this objective doesn't have the word different. You can just kill the same Seeker 6 times.
Right.
Huh. Not that it matters much because it's cheat mode, so Seeker access isn't a big deal. But
Well, it still takes a fair bit more time if they have to be different, right?
mm-hmm. We do see Ad on the left there getting through 2,500 meters for some of these 7A berries. I honestly wouldn't have picked this checkpoint to start at, but whatever works. Oh, it's on the board. Never mind. Ignore me. Clueless commentator over here.
Ooh, that's a long death there for Epic.
Oh, Ad gonna be trying to synergize Globalist 1,500 meters with the berries here. It's a board play. I don't know how many of these berries are doable Globalists. Ad seems confident though.
I'd say quite a few.
We'll have to keep an eye out. In the meantime, Ella Bounce has gotten his Seeker kills and is now going to be going for all heads in Temple, I believe. Or maybe work towards 5 lead heads as well. This lead head over here being necessary for both. Well,
I'm surprised none of the teams have 15 berries in 3 chapters yet. I think it was Epic just doing them, right? Or Julot? One of the
it
bottom
was
players.
Jolot just doing them.
Yeah.
And I believe Jolot's close.
Right.
Assuming Jolot got all the berries instead in Shaft, this should be it. Because that would be 15. Yep.
Right.
You see
okay.
in the right side of the screen that 15 berries in 3 chapters is now tickable. So they do have it.
There's the cassette as well at the same time.
Little hard to tell which team is winning, especially considering their routes have been so different. We'll have to wait till some more objectives get done to see.
Yeah, it's still relatively even, I'd say.
Well, I mean, Green Team has fewer objectives ticked, but when two of those objectives are complete the summit B-side and Link Gordon, I mean, they're just very much higher quality objectives to get done.
Yeah.
Ad on the left side going for the extremely silly strat for collecting this berry, where you just screen transition upwards and ignore every obstacle.
Hey, whatever works.
We finally do see Ella Bounce heading into 7B. After having completed 5B... Did Ella Bounce do Blue Red City for their side? I think he did. So he's definitely being put on B-side duty on their team. While Jolot cleans up 35 and 7A.
I just noticed 3 keys in power source as well.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing. There's a couple objectives on every cheat mode generator, like 3 keys in power source, or Steno Shower 10 times, or 5 berries in Pico 8, where they don't really synergize with anything, and either player can do them at the end.
Yeah.
I tend to call them like balancing objectives. Like if one person finishes much earlier than the other, their partner can do some balancing objectives to bleed out extra time. Because obviously the goal of Blackout is for you two to both be getting objectives the whole time. And that'll presumably help you finish as early as possible.
Yeah, and then there's some stuff that just doesn't work like that. You have to do a whole checkpoint, so... There's 7B.
Epic grabbing some Oshalo stuns in 3B and then leaving. I'm not sure I like that. You're probably going to want to finish Rooftop for that lead hit. For 5 lead hits later. A little bit of a misplay. The small things do indeed add up, especially in a game mode like this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't skip any objective. You have to do them all, so you can give them to your teammate, but they have to be done at some point. Unlike a Lockout game, for example, where you can just be like, okay, I'm not doing that.
Yep. And so Globless 1500 meters 7A goes unticked. I'm not sure I like that. I think it would have made more sense for Ad to have kept Globless on and just completed 1500 meters if she couldn't get the Globless winged. I think that would have made more sense. And just leave the winged, because you don't really need that berry. I mean, 2 winged in 2 chapters, but you can substitute with the 2000 meter one.
Yeah, there's 8 wing berries in total as well, but there's a couple of them in the game anyway. Who's doing berries on the green side?
I believe Ad is. Or at least Ad is doing 35 and 7A, and will probably clean up with 3A and other berries afterwards. Meanwhile, Epic is in depths.
Oof.
Huh? I am mystified. All heads in Temple. Epic needs the blue head. That makes sense. There we go. Also maybe wants to grab the Gazette here for 8 Gazettes. If Epic is being relegated to that because, well, Ad will have a lot to do on berries.
Yeah, I believe Julot is doing the cassettes on the other side. At least they've taken one.
And so we kind of see a split in routing, where on the left side, the player who's doing B-sides is going for cassettes, and on the right side, the player who's doing berries is going for cassettes.
Yeah.
Either could realistically work. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Here, obviously, the cassettes don't unlock the next level, so it's just for the objective.
Well, they do unlock the next level. You just already have it unlocked.
You know what I mean.
I do.
Yeah, Pink Team are both on chapter 7 levels, albeit different sides.
Do we see? We do see Joel turn on Glabless here, and also go for a handful of berries. So, we'll see if she manages to do any better than Ad or not. Decides not to get that bottom berry. Cannot blame her. These things are tough. Epic at the bottom trying to do Glabless Unraveling. I'm not sure I fully agree with this. Glabless Unraveling is indeed one of those balance objectives I talked about earlier,
Yeah.
where really either player can do it. I think I'd like to see Epic committing more heavily to the stuff only he can do, being 5 red hurts and 8 cassettes. And
Yeah,
just
Grabless Unraveling just doesn't synergize on this board.
and so you can leave it for the end. We'll have to see if that ends up biting green team or not, if their outs end up being balanced.
Matt going for 15 berries in 1A.
I think that's reasonable, and then clean it up in 3A.
Ooh, going
Because
for
that is an
1 up at the
objective.
same time.
Oh,
For 2 moves. Yeah. I hope they do both at the same time.
I think it doesn't make too much sense to get a 1-up here when 1-up in 4A is on the board. In fact, with 1-up in 4A on the board, it might even be better to get a 2-up in 4A and get 15 berries. But if Ad just feels more confident in this 1-up, then it's very reasonable to do so.
Was that just one up? I thought it was 2.
It was 1. I presume Ad's going to get the other one in 4A.
Okay.
Bottom right, we see Epic killing Seekers. Also, Fair is still kind of a balanced objective. Still not sure I want to see this before Redheads and Gazettes. And on the right, we see Air Bounce nearing the end of 3,000 meters. I can't quite make out what his in-game time is, but it does look to be single digits, so that's good.
Yeah, that was flag 12.
Oh, about 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah. That is fairly respectable time for this bet in the rival. 7B can be a killer, so I'm glad both teams have someone who's familiar with it.
Did the green team get some cassettes yet?
Epic's coming from them now. I know Epic
There you go.
has the 5A one, and this appears to be his second.
Right, okay. So bottom players are going for cassettes.
Yes. A little bit worried about what Air Bounce is going to be doing, considering Jorat has a lot to do here with Bailey's and Gazettes. I suppose they still have Wayne Gordon left for either player to do, alongside Steno Shiro and a lot of other tradable objectives, 3 keys and Power Swiss.
Yeah, and then those balancing objectives you talked about, Grabless Unraveling, Stun Oshiro, Kill 6 Seekers.
Yep. Of course, this being Blackout, the actual number of objectives ticked generally has little to do with how close the players are to finishing. So despite this board going from green team down by 3 objectives to them being up by 6, I'm still not quite sure who's ahead.
I'd like to say green team is ahead, but if they are, then it's not by much.
Yeah. Certainly less than the scoreline would suggest.
Right.
Because if you look at those objectives not in green, a lot of them do take a significant period of time. Right. And indeed, we do see pink team unleashing a quick Exodia ticks with regards to all the stuff Jolot's been up to in 7A, including Globulus 1500 meters, which green team does not have.
Yeah, for green team, I believe it's now a balancing objective as well. So they'll have to do it again.
Yeah, at this point, since both players, well, no, since Ad has already completed 1500 meters, there's now no synergy for it, so whoever does it gets to burn some time.
There's a couple more objectives.
16-15. You might think this is going fast, but cheat mode is actually not that much shorter than the regular lockout generator. Some objectives, we got really lucky on this one because there aren't a lot of like seaside things or farewell things or other things that take like a really long time for inexperienced players. On some boards, you have things like 15 hertz, which is a lot, or Moonberry, which is, well, a lot in a different way.
Yeah, 7B is already something. Moonberry is another thing altogether.
Yeah.
So yeah, Arrow going for the kills here. And then Julot continuing to get some berries.
Struggling a little bit on this Seiko kill. Most Celeste players are familiar with exactly 3 Seiko kills in 5A and exactly 3 Seiko kills in 5B because that's all you need for the traditional Celeste Bingo generator. Asking a beginner player to be familiar with any more kills than that is a luxury. And with that Seeker bounce, it's a luxury that Arrow bounce does not have. Please don't kill the Seekers in this lane. It's not a good plan. Oh no, oh no, oh, no, just get out of here. Leave, no. Hold on, this is not a good idea.
How long is this gonna take? No, that's not. Ooh.
You cannot close the. You actually can close the board door here, but it's really difficult to do so. Yes. Okay. Bounce spams it. Thank goodness.
No, don't.
A little bit of finagling here on top right.
Do not dash when you're there. It does not work out. There we go.
There we go. You got that. In the meantime, the scoreline has almost completely evened up. Jolot's gonna be cleaning up Winged Belly, which I think makes sense. Oh no. Who's doing... No, I think Jolot should be committing to 8 cassettes before finishing this.
Epic's doing core to get cassette.
I believe so. which I think is very much a good move. At this point, Epic has a lot more that he has to do than Ad, who basically only has to do 15 berries in 3A. So that team will probably have Epic cleaning up 8 cassettes and 5 red hits, and Ad doing some of those balancing objectives like power source keys or what am I saying? Glob with 1500 meters. Don't know if
So
the timing
Pico.
will work out, but
Get 5 berries in Pico here.
that too. We see a Winged Gordon at the bottom right, getting through crossing with relative ease. Actually,
Yeah, that was fast.
I can think of players who are more skilled who would struggle much more. So
She practiced it. What do you want? She practiced it enough. It works out.
shockingly, you get better at Celeste through practice. Who knew?
Wow. Ad now playing just with the bingo screen, always on screen.
Mm-hmm. Epic at the bottom left. Having a couple hiccups in this cassette loom, but gets through it without much time lost. Nice, and that is 8 cassettes. You don't even have to finish the chapter. You just get out of here. What? Core B-side? For the final lead hut? What? Huh? Is this fast? You've done 1B, 2B, 5B? No way this is fast. What? I believe Epic is...
players.
I believe Epic is currently making a statement here about the viability of Core B and Bingo, which I will not endorse. Winged Gordon does get collected by Joat.
Not that many objectives left now.
Yeah, definitely not.
And it looks pretty even to me.
It's hard to say. Ad having skipped Globless 1500 meters might be the winning edge for Team Pink, but Team Pink also did have Joat get 15 berries in full A unnecessarily. I don't know. It's gonna be tight either way.
It's gonna be a race on Pico. Also, 8 cassettes can be ticked now, right? So Epic's just waiting a little bit there.
Yeah, I believe Epic does indeed have 8 cassettes. Not sure how many Joat has. We'll
3?
presumably see at this cassette collect in full A. Which...
Oh, Juload, sorry. Oh, that's 5 red hearts there for both teams.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the cassette, Joat's got 3. Alright, lots to do. For that team before they have 8 cassettes.
And Epic still hasn't ticked it.
Despite having it. Epic is in 5C.
Yeah,
I
Ad
had
is
some
doing
tempo.
Pico
Yeah,
berries.
okay, good. That makes sense. I'm a little worried that neither player on their team has done whatchamacallit, 3 keys and power source, considering they appear to be doing everything but.
Neither team
So-
has done it, yeah. They're all waiting
Though,
for
yeah, neither
farewell.
team has done it. What is happening to Aerobounce's Celeste game? Oh my! Little bit of a visual bug there. There's the power source.
There we go. We've got Pico on the left, power source on the right.
Oh, Juliet still has to complete Ledger A side. Oh. I think left team might have this.
There's the 8 cassettes. Yeah, Epic going for Grabless, I assume? Yeah,
That
very
is
well.
the only other objective they have left. So, I would hope so.
There's still Pico to play for the pink team, and 8
You've
cassettes
got-
is going to be a lot.
They've got Pico, Globalist Unraveling, and 8 cassettes.
Yeah.
All of which will take some significant time, in addition to completing what they have. It's looking like they'll finish probably 2-ish minutes after Green Team.
Yeah, it's not going to be like
Yeah,
super
not a large margin by any means.
right.
This has been, by Blackout standards, a relatively balanced game. It mostly just came down to Green Team actually taking the time to throw themselves into the longer chapters at the beginning to avoid making learning mistakes.
Yeah,
later on.
communication.
Definitely.
That's it. Oh, Grabless.
Yep, God bless 1,000 meters to that team. Couple of seconds here, and that is time for them. 39 minutes and 39 seconds. It's a pretty time.
Pretty damn
We
good.
will let the. But will we let pink team finish out?
If they want to finish it out.
Sort of what I expected. We do probably have the time for it in schedule.
Well, the player seems to have stopped, so
Alright then.
GG.
In that case, GG to add an epic for winning cheat mode co-op Blackout. We've got a random name potentially collecting pointing out that I'm just here to delay my game. Bingobuthardtoread. Speaking of which, I'm going to be popping off commentary. Gabriel, feel free to hold foot while I'm gone.
Sure.
So, yeah.
All alone. Excited for Bingo but hard to read. That's gonna be something for sure. And I'll let the next commenters go for it. Have fun.
Yeah. Hello. Now here to consider. So, Bingo but hard to read. I think as of right now, like 3 people that aren't me have seen the board. So yeah, this is gonna be mute. I interrupted myself past or in the future. Great. Alright. Who is commentating this with me and where are they? What am I very audible? But be less audible now. Okay, cool. I think it's Epic. So they're probably just like winding down from the last. Okay, you're in. I'm also the only person who has the generator to actually go in and like actually make the board because nobody else is able. Oh. Thanks. Hello.
Hello. Sorry I'm late. I was literally just playing, and now I am here.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh, it's Epic that's supposed to be here. You're probably still finishing up things from the previous game talking about. So like, I didn't care.
Yeah, no, that was a fun game. Definitely wasn't my cleanest 7B, but you know, it's 7B, anything can happen. So, all in all, relatively happy with how that went.
Yeah, I only caught the tail end of it. It was busy until like 15 minutes ago, but it looked like a good ending.
Yeah,
okay,
I didn't quite expect I'd have to get 5 red hearts, 8 cassettes, and some other stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of fun. Okay, Cernalink is asking, is it just renaming the objectives? Yes. So every objective that is on this board, it is a normal lockout. Basically, normally I'm going to make a full generator for this. Some of the objectives were simply too long and barely readable in a stream, so I had to cut down the size of objective word limit, kind of. But basically, I just generated a board that I thought would be an interesting board to play Lockout normally, and then changed all the objectives in it, but they are all exactly the same objective. Assuming I didn't mess up, I've had a few people fact check everything that is in this generator, this board, so we should be fine.
Yeah, Random did send me a cheat sheet for this. I have not seen the board. I have seen some of the objectives on this generator, and it is a little bit crazy.
I think I sent you a screenshot of what the board originally was.
Yes.
So yeah, Epic can see what the board should ideally be. Basically what it would be if people could read it. And yeah, we are going to watch, read, and Salt try to figure out what the board is. Most of the objectives are basically just knowledge checks of things most people would not understand. A couple of them are a little bit trolly, and they try to make you think it's actually a different objective that exists in the generator. But yeah, most of it is just if you could have Lawn open while you were playing, you'd be able to fact check everything. Lawn or just debug map practically.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what absolute ridiculousness Random has come up with for this gen, because as I mentioned, I've not seen what the Bingo but hard to read version of this board looks like. I have, however, seen some of the objectives, and let's just say that when the generator was originally being made, a couple of the objectives hit the character limit for Bingo Sync.
It was. I'm being asked to generate the board. I have generated the board. The board in room 2 is already correct. I've generated it, so we're good there. But yes, so there was exactly one objective that literally went over the character limit, and that was fun. That was a fun thing to figure out. Bingo Sync has a character limit.
I likened that objective to bingo, but the objectives are so small that you need a magnifying glass to read them.
Yeah, occasionally I make an objective name that's kind of a joke about what the original objective was, or something about it. That one was specifically the Bury in Awake, and the joke was there's literally nothing in Awake, so it just said a checkpoint without this, that, the other thing for like the entire character limit. And then somehow Hot and Cold also fit all of the things I said that weren't there. So it's just said without and not called Hot and Cold.
Yeah. It's always a fun thing when you're trying to make something like this, making sure that something that you have said isn't applicable somewhere else. Because in certain instances that can be okay, right? So with Reed's generator, if anyone was here yesterday, there were quite a few objectives in that you could reasonably have completed in multiple different places. But with this, with Bingo But Hard to Read being, the idea being that it's essentially regular Lockout, you don't want someone to be able to tick off something that you imagined would be a 6B objective in, say, 2A.
Yeah, and I've also tried to counter it sort of the other way as well, where you can't complete it in a stupid way that wouldn't satisfy the original objective. For example, multiple objectives have had to be reworded slightly to avoid Farewell Golden and Moonberry. That's not a joke. That has happened to me multiple times. Because one easy way to say one-ups in Bingo But Hard to Read is green berry collect text, because the normal text isn't green, but the one-up is. But then the moonberry is also green.
Okay, and with that, it looks like we might be about to be getting into the game.
Yes, it would appear to be so. I'm going to pull up the picture of the actual board so I don't forget what some of these are, because I kind of renamed them all in an afternoon. So yeah, I think one thing that's going to be interesting is going through just 1A and 2A while players are still trying to read objectives. I apologize to anyone watching this on mobile, by the way. You can't read half of this.
Oh my goodness.
Visit Ogmo, the joke on that one is just, it's the only one that has a reasonable amount of words, except for, like, I guess B2 is also pretty reasonable.
Oh, I mean, if I didn't have a thing in front of me telling me what that was, I would not know what that objective was. Anyone in the chat got any guesses?
B2, Cookie's asking, B2 is the one that was originally in Japanese, because the joke was all you need is the parentheses 12 at the end. Serena, like 5 berries and 3. You are incorrect. That is the hardest one to read on this board because it's supposed to look like 5 berries and 3. That is 5 berries and 5. There's another 500 meters.
Oh my goodness.
Who or what is Ogmo? Ogmo is the Meat Boy looking character in the Easter egg room. So flying is correct on that one.
Yeah, when
Sorry
we
for the runners.
When we said Bingo But Hard to Read, we weren't joking. These objectives are very small. The text on these objectives is very small.
Yeah, the old version of Bingo But Hard to Read had generally shorter objective names because I wasn't going that ham with it because I didn't know if people would actually use the thing. It was mostly just a joke that I wasn't committing that hard to. Second objective, top row. 5 berries not counted on file select. That is Pico.
So, usually about this point, I would be looking at this and trying to plan a route for these players to take, That's not really possible when your board looks like this. So
Yeah. Okay, Reed may have noticed that one of these objectives is all berries and start of 1A, whereas Salt only seems to have noticed the 1-up objective. Or
Oh.
more accurately, 3-up objective.
Reed is not collecting, so
There's
we'll
3
see if they
1-ups on the
die
board.
with this.
Yeah, there's 3 1-ups on the board. And it says row 4, column 2, see greenberry see greenberry collect text outside of farewell from 3 berry collections. That's what I mentioned of the trying to avoid moonberry working for things.
Oh, and we do see 3 1-ups and 1A start berries both turning purple. So, Reed
Yes.
correctly identifying that those two are synergy.
Yeah. Alright, Chad is asking me so many questions about this. Top right corner, that is 5 bottoms and B-sides. The only other factors of that number are, it's literally just 5 times another prime. That's it. It only has 4 factors, one's 1, the others are in the middle. And so it's 5. Why does top right have to specify and no heart gates? It's a joke because I wanted to add more characters and there's none in 8B. It does not need to say that.
Salt actually turning on Grabless here.
That is unfortunate because I think Salt thinks bottom right corner is this chapter, which it isn't. That is 1A.
Ooh, okay. Well, still
So
off
that
to
is-
a little bit of a progress lead early on, so
Yeah, the
trailing
down
a
2
berry into
objectives.
intervention, you love to see it.
I like this. Salt is winning. A spring is a spring. A jump through is the semi-solid platform, like what Salt just jumped through to enter this room. As
Yeah, it's a thing that you bobs drop down through when you play 5B.
yeah. So yeah, I do anticipate we may have to untick Salt's objective and also whichever one of them tries to tick row 2, column 1 first. Coming back from bottom berry and crossing 6. No, it is in chasm 5. It is actually, so I have a map that I've been working on making until my lawn decided to not work anymore. That is about, you dash into a spring that is halfway on a solid block, and you can retain speed while getting the spring boost. And that is the place that I discovered it. So that's sort of a reference that I would get, and most people probably wouldn't, but it is chasm 5. Rufon, Theo comes from Seattle. Yes, in one of the, I believe if you continue talking in 1A, it is, I come from the fabulous mystical kingdom of Seattle. If you will excuse me, I need to, I think, reconnect to the board as not a spectator. 1 second. I epic commentate for a bit. I need to fix.
Yeah, so Random is gonna untick that objective from Salt because, as we've already said, Grabless chapter containing a spring partially on a jump through is not actually 2A, it's 1A. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but probably not that big of a deal in terms of progress. We see right now Salt has decided to go into 3A and Reed is into 4A, so we've got a bit of a split there.
Yeah.
Always
and
nice if you're looking at things like berries in objectives, because the 4A berries are slightly faster, and obviously 4A, if you don't really have much of a plan, is typically better for just straight progress.
Yeah. And I specifically, when I was trying to find a good board for this, I specifically looked for a board where both 3A and 4A were viable if you figured out what objectives were where. So I don't really think either player is specifically advantaged by where they're going. I think Reed is just looking nice by having simply 2 objectives currently. On a board where it's hard to figure out where they are, the objectives are, having 2 is just a nice thing to have. And that is, in fact, the correct tick from Reed. They do have that. And we have not seen the 5 and 5 ticks, so which I think Reed has 5 and 3, so they may have actually correctly read that one.
Yeah, so
They have not
Red
correctly read
berries and
that.
a
They just don't. they did not correctly read. They're going back to get more. Never mind.
all red berries in a checkpoint where the 7th red berry is seeded. There are 8 berries in 4A start, and the 7th one is a seeded berry. So that is a correct tick from Reed.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's like the 8th one in depths if you count. So it's like 1 off. So if you got to depths, you could think it's there, but it's not. Right, I am now unticking Reed again. Reed is gonna have an aneurysm.
Yeah, Reed thinking that the objective is 5 berries in 3. It's not 5 berries in 3, it's actually 5 berries in 5, because 7B has a checkpoint called 500 meters, and that checkpoint has 2 binoculars in it. Fun
Exactly.
fact for anyone who didn't know that, it's almost never relevant in bingo, so...
Yeah, because essentially the only time it matters is if it is specifically a 1 or 2 in X, you have the cassette already, and probably a different reason to enter 7B. Aside from that, like, you've already gone through Summit far enough to have 7 entire binos there, like, you probably don't need to hit 10 binos with that. And it's far enough in that most other chapters are going to be faster to get to binos in. So what are some objectives the players are coming up toward? Salt could go for 3 optional Theo cutscenes soon. Neither one of them got an objective that they both went past that's fairly quick, so that's interesting to note.
Yeah, so the double the on row to column 5 is just an attempt to make it even more annoying to read.
Row 2,
It
column
is
5.
completely intentional.
Of Delta. Oh, yeah, you know what? I just... Yep, intentional. Surely it's red hearts, row 2, call 5. It is 5 red hearts, yes. AKA 5 B-sides.
Okay.
And that tick, I believe, is accurate because that is Talk to Theo in the shaft and correctly identified by Salt. There is a follow-up cutscenes in the other 3, but not in shaft. I am just now realizing I wrote Chicago. I actually think it might be Seattle. I don't remember. I didn't. Someone failed fact checking. I don't know. Oh, that's it. I believe 6A also mentions Thea's sister, question mark. Okay, that is 5 keys accurately identified. Pretty easy because there's only one objective in the generator that refers to a number of keys, so you don't have to think that hard about how many cutscenes are in one eye. I don't think 1A mentions his sister. I don't know, but like, does it matter? It's optional cutscenes involving dialogue with a character. Theo's sister isn't there. Also true. We don't know where his sister lives. I would just like to say, Old Site Blueheart is on this board, and I don't think either of them know.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I think it's actually
Yeah.
Seattle, and I just wrote the wrong city. So that's funny. I blame Sirion for that.
Old Site, Blue Heart, of course, Resurrections. It is only one word, so all words in its name are the same length.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, and that, for a while, did not mention empty space until I realized that is a heart that has a name.
We see
Yeah,
Salt
I am going to mention that.
Yeah, we see Salt skipping into Ridge here, presumably looking at Temple and thinking there's a lot in there that you can get pretty quickly, but in terms of a progress play, it's a little bit risky because you give up quite a lot of progress by not skipping Chapter 3 or 5, and Reed has skipped Chapter 3.
Yeah.
Of course, Salt is now playing in Temple, which is a chapter ahead of Ridge where Reed is, but
Reed has some progress
access to
there.
this stuff
I
already.
think they're both going for 5 and 5 currently, possibly. Reed is, at least. It would appear. I don't... Was Shrinearm on this board? I don't think it was, but I could be wrong. Oh, well, there's 15 and 4A, I guess. That's an objective.
We have all berries start at 4A and 15 berries in 4A here.
Yeah.
But not specifically Shrine Arb.
Yeah. This is just a fast place to get extra berries. Row 5, call 4, confuse me. Pocket. Yes, some seekers exist that cannot be killed. Empty space is a fake heart. You are correct. However, I do have to specify or else someone's going to be pedantic with me.
Okay. Reed does correctly identify 15 berries in 4A and tick that off.
Yes.
Now back into Unraveling. Salt is in depths, playing Grabless.
Once again, the only Grabless objective on this board is 1A. Unless I've, like, forgotten something, but I'm actually looking at the readable version of the board, and yeah, it's 1A. Which is going to be another untick, which is funny. But also a little sad for Salt.
But at the same time, if you're not sure where the Grabless is, and you think you can get away with playing Grabless... Oh, okay,
oh, there was a Grabless second to last checkpoint. What was that? That is rock bottom. That is also false.
That is rock bottom.
Yeah, that is false. Yeah, so fun fact, both the two chapters that satisfy that are 6A and 6B, which are both, they're saying the last checkpoint is rock bottom, so that objective works whichever way you go. Death is also not the second to last checkpoint. That is also true. Also, there's like multiple reasons why this heart does not work. Why what Salt just did does not work. It's second to last, not second.
Oh,
Reed is going somewhere, and apparently is in a different
Oh.
file.
this is a strategy. Okay.
That is
looking at the
legal.
heart
That is
names.
legal. I will say that is legal. I anticipated.
this.
I kind of thought this was going to happen.
I respect this a great deal.
Reed counting out letters, not realizing resurrections is one word and therefore has the same number of letters as the same word.
Yeah, to explain the rock bottom objective, the chapter 6 hearts are heavy and frail and center of the earth, both of which have 5 letters in the last word.
And no M's anywhere in the name. And Old Side Blue has been identified. I fully anticipated that Reed was going to think of this at some point. The objective implies more than one word, but it doesn't state it. Look, all one words has the same number of objectives. I don't know what you're confused about. Assault, this is still incorrect.
Meanwhile, Salt now playing Grabless Search. This is really unfortunate.
Salt is ahead on progress, though, now. By most of Search.
Yeah. The
And
5-8
that
heart.
is... Reed knows what it is because they already checked the hearts and they know it's rock bottom, I think. But Salt is just trying to figure out what it is still.
Oh no, Salt.
Oh, wait. Oh, Theo cutscenes.
Okay, Theo cutscenes. This is good.
Yeah, because Reed has access to 3 Theos now since they're in Surge. I'm going to check the readable version of the board because I don't actually know what Reed is doing. Yes, can confirm. Don't know what Reed's doing. That's Rescue Berry, not Search Arb. And the keys objective is not on the board.
I mean, maybe you think it's 5 keys? Maybe you saw 5 keys earlier on and you think it's here, but...
Yeah, 5 keys was on the board, but yes, it has been ticked. So this could be just Reed forgot. Yes, it is Rescue Arb. Rescue, I checked, it has, like, I think at least 2 more buttons than any other checkpoint. Because basically, like, half the rooms have 2 or 3 buttons. Rescue, Berry Room alone has 3 of them. Reed does not know how to do Search Arb, confirmed.
Okay, Salt has now interacted with Theo 3 times, so is able to tick off the objective.
Yeah. What about Mixmaster? Mixmaster has, like, 5. Rescue has, like, 8 or 9. There's a bunch in Gauntlet Room, but that's, like, the entire checkpoint's allotment of, buttons. And I did specifically make sure it had more than search because I expected that to it to have like about the same number as search, but I think it was 2 different. Salt is ahead in rescue. I think a room off of the berry. I don't know rescue that well. I don't play it. 1 more room. And Salt does correctly identify that it is rescue R. And so that objective tick is going to Salt. The thing about this is, it was definitely looking like it favored Reed early, but they don't know what these objectives are still. I'm guessing most people don't know the quantity of rooms with cloud platforms in 7B. It's 5. Also, I don't think they realize that this is a very high heart synergy board, but it is. If I check the
Good
readable
seek a
version
kill
of it,
from Reed. You love to
Yeah.
see it.
Yep. Let me see. There is, in terms of hearts, there is Blue Red Resort, there is Old Site Blue, there's 5 hearts, 6 hearts, 5 B-sides, 5 Binos B-sides, and I think there was something else. Actually, no, that's it. But it is still a pretty good synergy that can pay off well in late game.
That is a lot of heart synergy.
Heart color for row 3, call 2? Oh, it's not of a color. That's just total hearts. It's just 5 hearts. Also, we see that Reed got out of 5A later, but spent less time thinking and got into 6A faster.
Oh, we have a race on our hands now.
Yes, the race is for Easter Egg Room. And or Rebels Rock Bottom. I think that's all that's here. So it's gonna be a minute.
The question is, do the players know that that's what they're racing for? Because usually
Reed-
something like Easter Egg Room is something that gets left a lot later.
Yeah, I would not personally be in 6A at this point on a normal board, but if these are the 2 objectives you can read, then you might as well be.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, in a generator like this, just getting objectives is really big, because if your opponent can figure something out that you've figured out, but you beat them to it, that's more than just they lose the time. They've also lost all the sort of thought that they put into it.
Yeah, all of your brain power that you put into these objectives, because you want to be spending your thoughts on, like, speed running the game. You want to not be, like, completely distracted just thinking, and the more objectives you have to work out, the more time you're going to spend thinking. Reed, this is very much a heart, but it's also very much not one that works toward any other objective.
I mean, it works towards 5 hearts and 6 hearts, which is very much worth it.
Yeah, but I kind of think that there's other objectives here, and you are 2 hearts away from getting either of those.
But the thing is, they don't necessarily know that, right?
That is true.
Like, clearly Reed has figured out that there is an objective with an amount of hearts. And that can only be, if it's
5,
not
6,
red
7.
or blue, it's either 5, 6, or 7. And so
Yeah.
rushing 5 hearts makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely can be, just determine, like, okay, well, there's 2 heart count objectives, I can just go for some of these. Also, I do believe Reed has 5 and 4, so if they entered 3A, they would get 5 and 5 very quickly. So Reed is fairly close to a couple of more objectives.
Do they realize that they're that close to 5 and 5? Do they realize that 5 and 5 is on the board? I mean, clearly they realize that 5 in something is on the board because they ticked it.
Well, they have 5 and 4. Yeah, they have 5 and 4, and they haven't ticked it. So I'm willing to, and there's not 5 and 6. So I'm willing to bet they know it is 5 and 5 at this point. Unless they think they just can't tick an objective after misticking, which is not true. You can. you can fully like just take objectives wrong, get them act correctly, and then take them again. I'm actually slightly curious if Salt or Reed knows that 5 berries Pico is the objective row 1 call to, because realistically, like, either of them could be going for it right now, and it wouldn't be a terrible decision.
Salt correctly ticks visit Ogmo,
Yep.
which is Easter egg room and reflection.
That Pocket, that would be hilarious if they like misread 5 as 7, just assuming there was more cloud platforms in 7B, and ticked off the wrong first objective.
Reed ticking off row 2, column 5,
Good
which
expert.
is 5 hearts of the color red or blue, which has more hearts with 2-word names.
Yeah,
that is 5 red
no.
hearts. That is not 5 blue hearts.
No.
So that's a little bit unfortunate, but you do still have 5 hearts now, if you can identify where that is.
Also, yeah, I think that's everything else there was correct though. Directly downward when activated. Oh, that was 6. So that one's. Yeah, Reed was just like, I know it's some of these, just untake whatever I don't actually have, and that was their testing method, which is respectable.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Row 5, column 1 is actually blue and red Celestial Resort.
Yes, Reed, you are not about to have this.
So this is, again, a little bit unfortunate, but you do still get 6 hearts off of this. So it's not completely wasted time, and you have progress to 5 B-sides. Which
Yeah,
could
and
be
also
relevant later.
5 binos and B-sides, which I would say is relatively reasonable when you realize I'm asking for factors of a number that ends in 5.
Yeah, the only other checkpoints with 6 berries in, I believe, are in Summit.
Yeah, so there's 6 in 500 meters, 6 in 1,000 meters, both of those have binos. There's 6 in Search, but that has keys.
I forgot about Search.
So yeah, most of the time I would try to, when I was making this, I would just sort of like look at a checkpoint and say like, okay, like if it's anything that mentions a checkpoint name, is like, okay, what's notable about this checkpoint, or what's something that this checkpoint has that like I can just use to narrow it down quickly, and then just use 1 or 2 other things to like get it completely down to 1.
Okay, we see Salt in 1K. I didn't see if he's been getting gems.
I think I saw him in 500 meter gym room at least, so I would assume that they have also gotten 0 meter.
There is not a lot of reason to be in Summit other than gems, so...
Yep, and Reed does correctly have 6 parts now, so I don't untake that anymore, and 3 gyms in Summit is also real. And Reed did not try to tick blue-red objective, so they do actually realize that is 2A. Right? Old site, technically not just 2A, because 2A, 2B, whatever.
Oh, but Reed is now grabbing Reflection Cassette. This is
Yeah,
very interesting.
This seems like a play toward, what should we call it?
Rock Bottom.
Rock Bottom, and like Bonner's B-side count. It's working toward like 3 different objectives at once. Something just ticked. You don't. So it's like, I'm so convinced I have it. You don't.
Oh wait, does Reed have row 3, column 2? That seems a little bit... Row 3, column 2 is 2,000 and 2,500 meter gems, and I have not seen Reed anywhere near Summit. So I find it fairly unlikely that they've got that while I've been not watching.
Oh, yeah, when did this get ticked? Alright. Yeah, I didn't even see the tick happen, but you're correct, that is false. So I just told them didn't see that tick, but no.
No, it's not Sight Blue Red Serena Link.
Yeah, it is 2,500 meter gems. But Sight Blue and Red are not in the same chapter. Yeah, Sophie is correct here. It's gems, yes. It's actually a pretty big hint. It's 2 objectives in a chapter that you have to dash into both of them. There's only 1 heart in any given chapter. So.
Yeah, it's gems.
I think Reed might be about to try a lot of B-sides to get 2 blue-red heart objectives when they're not going to do it in 3D, which is the only place it exists.
This is really awkward.
Meanwhile, Salt actually getting the single blue-red objective on this board. I also still have to say 5 berries and 5. Red Bear's not on file select is Pico.
Yep, Reed correctly ticking 5 berries and B-sides.
Berries. Binos,
5
yes.
binoculars. You were talking about berries, okay?
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay. Yeah, so Reed getting 2 binoculars in 2B, 2 binoculars in 6B, and 1 binocular in 1B.
Alright, it looks like 5 and 5 may actually be happening now. Reed probably had an aneurysm earlier when realizing there was a second 500 meters, which I enjoyed. That was intended. I think Salt saw that and the tick and got the same idea from it of, oh, that can't be 5 and 3. Because Reed had 5 and 3.
5
So they didn't
berries
even
in
bother
3.
trying.
5 berries in 3, I believe, has actually been removed from the generator recently. So
That is true, yes. This uses the current generator, so that's not even an objective. Yeah, Pocket, once I finish the full generator, I'm gonna release it, and if you want to just, like, look at it and try to puzzle out the objectives, like, have at it. Oh yay, Drankmo is rating. Hello, Drankmo. I've not been counting how many berries these players have. Okay, goes to Reed. And that is correct, Reed. You do have that this time. Good job. Alright, Salt, I think, is going to continue to get all berries and checkpoint name lost. Oh, the sarcasm and good job. I mean, to be fair, that was the biggest troll objective on here because I knew nobody was going to read it correctly the first time. Because none of the fact checkers read it correctly the first time. They all told me individually there's only 3 bottles and 500 years.
Read it looks like is back into 6B.
Yeah, going back for Rock Bottom and also possibly just a B-side.
We'll see if they turn on Grabless.
Who knows, maybe they think that the bottom left objective is here, which again, no, but you're welcome to think that. One thing that I like to tell people is there is a pattern to how Bingo Sync generates objective tiers, and I did not mess with the locations of the objectives just so that this would be preserved. You can figure out about what tier an objective is in by looking at that pattern. So if you're just completely confused, but you know the pattern, you can like say like, okay, well this is a pretty mid-game objective because it's like tiers 11 to 15. So what would it be in that area?
Yeah, meanwhile, Salt correctly ticking all berries in checkpoint name lost. That is 5A start. It is the only checkpoint with 12 berries.
Yeah, well, 12 red berries. It is not the only checkpoint with 12 berries because that's 3A start. Golden berries legally exist.
It is the only checkpoint with 12 berries we care about in Bingo.
Yes. Golden berries legally count in objective names, so multiple things in 1A reference winged golden and also the other golden berry. I think there's a 2A objective in the larger generator that's... it is exactly 12. 12 is the most red berries in a checkpoint. There are some objective names in the larger generator that reference 2A being the only chapter with an odd number of berries. Because every other chapter has an odd number of red berries plus a golden, except 1A, which has 2 goldens. But then an even number in addition. So, yeah, fun fact, only 2A, in terms of A-sides, has an odd number of berries.
We did see
I guess
Reed
6A as
point
well.
out to turn on Grabless. They will be completing Grabless Rock Bottom, which is Grabless' second to last checkpoint of a chapter with a heart whose name has no M and the last word with 5 letters.
Yeah. And I did specifically check to make sure whatever name I gave that one was going to work in 6A or 6B because I know that is how the normal objective works in Bingo, so I wanted to, like I said, Bingo, but hard to read, everything must be completed exactly the same, and I do try to be pedantic enough that there's no stupid ways you could do it like 8A1, which almost was actually a thing.
Looks like Reed got a bit of a lockout there, with Salt also being in 6B, but
Yeah.
entering much later, and so we didn't see that. Reed now in 8A.
Was there an 8A objective on this board? I don't remember
an 8A
any.
here?
There isn't.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here, so this is just a big waste of time for Reed.
Yeah, Salt is frozen. Hopefully still, like, actually playing something somewhere, but I can't know. I don't know. I'm gonna pull up Salt's stream on the side to see what is happening. If that's just a restream issue or a... Oh my gosh.
It is being handled, you do not need to do that.
Okay. Salt has actually done a tick, it appears, in fact. I sure hope that's farewell. That you did that in. Reed, this is not a berry you need. there's no objectives that this works toward. I'm gonna pause them manually. Alright, I will let the restreamer tell us if we're good to go. It appears that we are. Okay, we have resumed. Salt did not have that objective because it was 5 minus farewell, and presumably they tried to take that in Summit. Fun fact: Summit checkpoint names don't have R's because they are numbers and M's. I'm honestly curious what Reed is currently trying to do. There's not core objectives, just in the board.
Reed's going for berries.
Yeah, Reed, as someone just said in chat, Reed thinks 5 red berries not count on file select is 8A, but like when you select a file, you see berries that you got in core. So like, false. So yeah, this is big time waste on Reed's side. Salt looks to be working toward 2,500 meter jumps. And or something that they have misread, one of the two.
It's a good guess from Reed, but the actual answer is 5 berries in Pico 8.
Yes.
Because Pico 8 berries do not count towards your filed berries.
Yes, indeed.
Unfortunately, this is very much the worst way round you could have read this, because Korab is quite slow, and Pico 8 is very fast.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and read off the last objectives on the board since we have like 6 of them. Just their actual names. We have 5 B-sides, Grabless 1A, Blue Red and Resort, 5 Biomes Farewell, 2,500 meter gems, 2,500 meter ARB, 5 berries Pico. I believe that is all. Yes. So Salt being in Summit is working toward 2 objectives. Reed being in Core is working toward time wasting. Salt also has access to Pico, which Reed does not, and Reed has advantage on the B-sides, but Salt has advantage on Blue-Red Resort. Either one of them could do 5 minus farewell. They both know what it is because Reed said it in the bingo sync room. Honestly, Pocket, I can't wait either. That was supposed to be one of the easier objectives to understand. It was mostly like they're not gonna know it when they go into 1A, but they might notice it they'll probably notice it like while they're playing or figure it out shortly after 1A and like go back for it.
I'm just
But I
waiting
think they
for
just don't
Reed's
know.
reaction. I'm just waiting
yeah.
for Reed's reaction to all berries in court not being the objective.
Oh, I so badly have wanted to like switch colors early.
They've ticked it, but it is not legal, so
Yeah.
that is really unfortunate because you've just wasted.
No,
minutes.
what? No. Reed's reaction was just all caps or what? No. I'll read in all caps. What? Me? No. Salt, do you want that gem? Perhaps, maybe? Salt will be back for gems later.
I guess these are gems that are not difficult to go back for, at least. So once you figure out that that's what it is, you'll be getting that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But it does beg the question, what is Salt doing?
They did get some berries, though they seem to be doing this one in an interesting order. So I think they're planning 2500 meter arc, which seems to have been read correct. Salt is doing some sort of magic shenanigan setup that probably works. Theoretically.
Giving up on the setup to go for the bubble. I mean, honestly, very reasonable.
Alternative, yeah. There's, if you waste enough time, just do it the easy way. I am very much an advocate for easy strats in bingo.
Reed is now playing Awake.
Yeah, Reed is
getting
gonna.
A winged berry.
I think Reed's gonna get scammed again. No. Reed actually sent 3 question marks in Bingo Sync chat that time because they're just asking questions at this point to figure out objectives. Reed honestly must be fuming, yes.
This is one of those situations where you almost wish that... I mean, it would never work, but you almost wish that you could have the players in chat reacting live to all these ticks, because you've got to be pretty frustrated when you've spent 6 minutes 50 seconds in court for nothing.
Yeah, so Reed is having a meltdown. Every red berry is counted on files select. Every berry is counted on file select, and me, this researcher, just no. Reed has so many berries. This isn't even a berry. Oh wait, no, this is a different file. Reed is on a different file trying to sort this out. Salt also seems to be going into a different file.
This is truly incredible. Okay, Reed is in 3A. Do they know?
Reed is standing still in 3A. This has had more downtime than any other thing because both players just have to think more.
Nope,
just so much
3A,
more.
back into 3A.
Salt is apparently going for DTS to get 5 minus farewell.
Reed quitting out of 3A again.
Reed going into what? Don't you have everything in this checkpoint?
Grab plus 1A!
Grab plus 1A has been read!
Grab
Let's
plus
go!
1A!
It is a joyous occasion. Grabless 1A. Grabless 1A fans absolutely popping off. Alright, and Salt does get DTS, so shouldn't be a terribly long time there, but regardless, 1A is a faster objective. I think it's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, and Salt knows that this is an objective as well, because Reed said in the Bingo Sync chat when what Salt thought was this objective got unticked.
Yeah. Also, one thing that really maybe I'll be thinking about Growlithe chapter containing a spring, I'll partially jump through, is, well, Salt ticked this right at the end of 2A, so it's not Growlithe's 2A. It could be 3A or 5A, but I might as well test. That also could be a thought. Or maybe they're looking at the pattern that I mentioned earlier and realized that it's a low tier, though I think they would have maybe used that to figure out what 5 red berries which aren't on file select.
Yes, because
If they know
5
the
berries
pattern.
in Pico 8 is a very low tier objective. I don't remember which tier exactly, but it's
either 4 or 5, and I know Growlithe's 1A is also 4 or 5, so it's like they're both at the top of first 5 tiers, but they're also both in first 5 tiers. Right, that is a real correct tick.
Gravelous 1A.
Reed just, okay, now what?
53 minutes into this match, Gravelous 1A has been ticked.
I think that might be like, Reed knows where the binos are, but I think he's just assuming Salt's doing it, which is now correct. And it's just trying to figure out any other objective on the bingo board.
It's like, do you have a win con anywhere? You're on 11, but how do you get to 13 from here?
Personally, I think you go into Pico and then you finish 5 B-sides, but that's just me.
5 B-sides is actually a pretty secure win condition for Reed if they realize that.
They do, because they intentionally ticked 5 blue hearts as that to check if blue hearts were correct. So yeah, Reed is doing some very good plays of using just false ticks to get information, and also using the 200 berry file because you can check things there.
So what objectives have we got left that aren't ticked, right? We have
It
5
is-
berries in Pico 8, in
5 binos farewell,
Roll on column
5
2.
B-sides.
2k and 2500 meter gems, which Salt is definitely advantaged to. 5 binos farewell, which Salt is about to win. Blue red resort, which Salt
Which
is
Salt is
advantaged to.
advantaged to. Yeah, Salt is
And 5
actually...
B-sides, which Reed is advantaged to. So this is
Yeah.
actually very close.
I
If you
think the
screen
game
these
comes...
objectives,
Yeah, I think the game may well come down to who reads Pico first.
if
Because
you knew
as
what
soon
these
as you
objectives
read
are-
that, yeah, like if the players can just read these objectives, it would just come down to basically 5 berries Pico raise, because there's very little that Reed can contest after that of Salt's win con.
all
I'm
Salt
getting
would have
tanked.
to do here is get Pico, and then suddenly there's nothing else that Reed can reasonably go for. Yeah, we do see binos in farewell going teal. Makes sense. They knew what this is. Salt now. Salt's in huge mess, not in Pico. Oh no! Paths into chests instead of the Pico path.
I think Salt has realized that they're in the wrong area and restarted the chapter, which means seems that Salt does potentially maybe have critical. Well, now they're lost.
I think they are just reading the board. Yeah, Salt is going back. If Salt wins Pico, this is Salt's game to lose.
He's like, I am thinking so hard. I actually did not expect Reed to be the one getting can't read the objective checked. I expected that to be Salt. Because Reed is, in my mind, very knowledgeable about things.
This time spent thinking is costing them, though, because
Oh yeah.
Pico 8 is the thing that is left that is easy, right? You have 5 B-sides locked down, but if you don't have one of the other things, then suddenly you're stuck at 12.
Also, I'm.
Yep, Salt taking the objective and gets it right, so...
I also said in chat, I will not explain, but Salt can if they wish. Alright, it
Salt
is
just has
tied
to
up
realize
11-11.
that Salt just has to realize that it's gems and 3B.
Yeah, Salt just needs to see their win con, because at this point, it is incredibly hard for Reed to stop it, but Salt's not playing it because they don't know what it is.
Salt's in. Salt is in. Salt's
Let's
going for blue
go!
hearts. Salt's going for blue hearts.
Salt equally
makes the objective
clueless.
Blue hearts. Oh no.
Oh, Reed going somewhere. Reed going into 3A. There's potential.
Pico 8's ticked though.
Yeah, but they're still blue-red. And this is a B-side.
It's a B-side. Oh no, Salt. What are you doing, Salt?
Reed had a long, hard think and has determined that they know how to win the game now. So now Salt is getting the cannot
Salt
read the
thinks
objective.
it's blue-red. Salt
That
thinks
is
it's
yes.
blue-red site. It's
Yeah.
not. It's blue-red resort.
Yeah, the only red heart with the only blue heart in a room with moving entities with damaging hitboxes is 3A, because like just the other half of the room. And I even double checked that there was no like moving blocks in the entirety of the giant 7A room, and there's not. So you can't do this with like 7 blue.
Wait, but how many B-sides has Salt played? Is this the first?
I think this is the first.
Okay.
Because nobody did 5B for progress. Nobody did like any first pass B-sides, and Salt has been playing A-sides and Summit and stuff. And farewell. So I don't think Salt has any other B-sides. Meanwhile, Reed has Progress 1B, Progress 6B, and all of 2B.
Row
And
3
the
column
game
2
has-
is gems. Serena
Yeah.
League.
Yeah, Reed had an aneurysm about that because he actually said in, or they actually said in the Bingo Sync, there is no chapter with 2 hearts, and I said, Reed, think. What is that one? I don't know which one you're asking, but the 3 objectives are 2,000 2,500 meter gems, blue-red resort, and 5 B-sides. Also, I can't help but notice that's not the good heart order, Reed. Are you gonna do all the heart order? No.
Reed realizing that it's not the heart order and going back.
Reed realizing 80% brain. No, it's only the
It's
collectible.
not even any % brain, it was books first.
No, they done chests. It was 80% brain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, so the phrasing on the needing to be dashed into, it's 2 collectibles in 1 chapter which need to be dashed into in rooms. So in rooms is not in the same clause as like need to be dashed in. So it's not the room needs to be dashed in.
Salt taking
But
an
that's
objective, but it's
reasonable.
not the right one.
Yeah, let me go. No.
Oh, Salt's in 3B!
Oh? Salt back
Salt's
at
in 3B.
it. Salt,
Oh no.
Salt, try it again. Salt pausing.
Salt maybe reading to double check this.
Does Salt have 3A blue? I'm not sure. Do they have resort blue? Because we might still have to go back and do that, which may potentially get based on, depending on how the 3Bs go, give
They
read
have
time.
2 blue hearts.
Yeah, I know one of those I know is 2B. I'm 2A. The other one very well could be 3A, but I just don't know. I think if they tick the blue-red resort, I'm just going to assume that they have it. Until I see evidence otherwise.
Anyone in chat confirm that Salt has 3A blue?
Alright,
Okay, Reed
Salt
getting the
ahead by...
cassette, but is it enough?
Yeah, Salt is ahead by right at half of the chapter. They're entering library as Reed's entering start.
I don't think this is enough. I think Salt's gonna get this.
Yeah. But then once again, it's
Even
can
having to
Salt
go
read?
back for the blue heart.
Yeah. I think going back to the blue heart, that first mess movement does take a lot of time, and you have to play towels both directions. There could be time for Reed to do it if they have a good 3B, only if Salt has to go back, though, unless Salt just has an absolute meltdown in Rooftop. The funny thing is, one of the objectives Salt got was 5 Hours Farewell, which Reed told them what it was. Reed could have just gone for that during one of their things.
Okay, Salt has the blue heart. We're getting confirmation.
Okay. Yeah, I was assuming, because I don't know where the other blue heart would have come from, I just did not remember. That was... Salt played 3A first pass and must have gotten it then. That was an hour ago, practically.
We are an hour and 4 minutes into this game. This has been a marathon.
Look, I was told to make hard to read. I made them hard to read. Not my fault the players can't read. Yeah, so the hearts that Salt has are both old site hearts and then 3A blue, and about to be 3 resort red for blue-red resort. I've made a similar joke of Bingo but hard for Reed, where I just make objectives that Reed doesn't like.
Takes the objective.
Yeah.
It's legal.
Alright, and that is real. That is tech.
Reed quitting out because they realize that they can't get it.
I just specified in chat that is real. And we have the big thing. Oh, Salt is salting.
Reed's still gonna finish 3B though, because 5 B-sides is one of the remaining objectives, and they are ahead to that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you might as well just play while you think. No reason not
without
to.
knowing what the other thing is, you might as well get some progress.
Right. So the only question I have is, how long does it take for Salt to figure out that 2 of collectibles you need to dash into are gems?
How long does it take both of these players to figure that out? It's not just Salt. If Salt's on this for a while, Reed could reasonably catch up with them.
Yeah, like, does Reed notice first?
I'd back Reed figuring it out first, but I also don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Yeah. Bullet, I see, is asking,
Salt.
are you allowed to consult regular generator? Yes. I will allow...
Hovering Summit! Salt's
Oh?
hovering Summit!
Oh, there's a wrong tick happening? Oh, that is...
That is very not what that
No.
objective is.
Yeah, sorry, I was not looking. I was commentating. Thank you for the ping. So...
This is Reed's third B-side? With, like, a lot of progress to 6B?
Reed's
Oh, it's
arguing,
Reed's second B-side. Okay.
Reed is arguing that Awake Berry has to be dashed into, and it technically doesn't because variance, so heck. Oh, cool, that too. Saw has just proven for the sake of argument that you can super into it.
Hovering Summit again. Do they know?
They've asked me if Summit BR is a thing. I'm just gonna say it could be. I'm gonna say no, you can try. I've told Summit that they can try Summit BR.
I think we should probably tell them that it is the regular generator. Because that's
Yeah,
a little bit mean.
If we get to 12-12, here's the thing: Summit BR would get the objective because you need the gems. Salt is probably going to note it. If they go for Summit
technically you
BR
do
and they, yeah.
Wait,
What
no,
do you mean
you do.
technically you don't? There's invisible walls. You need them. So
I was
Salt,
thinking
I think
you
will...
could get, Wait, no, you can get Core.
What do you mean, core?
Core blue heart. And 7 red hearts. And not do Summit.
They said Summit blue red.
Yeah, you can... Oh, Summit blue red. I thought you said 7 blue red.
No, Summit. They said Summit BR.
Summit BR... Yeah.
I said you can try getting 7 Summit blue red. Because that would successfully get the objective because you need the gems.
Yeah, I totally heard you say 7 BR.
You should look at the bingo sync room. That is where the other half of this conversation is.
I am looking at the game.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think if Salt had started going for Summit Blue Red, they would realize they're dashing into things and have the realization.
Oh. Leaving the file again.
Just close the game. So confused. This was meant to be kind of hard. I didn't think this was going to be this big of a stumper, but I mean, it's fair. Just thinking, like, where do I have to dash into collectibles? I thought that would immediately go to parts and gyms.
I think it's
Maybe they're
absolutely incredible that this variant has gone to 12-12.
I mean, technically it hasn't
Essentially.
yet. It hasn't yet. Salt could always have the critical realization and get it before Reed. Because I think Reed has an entire another B-side to play.
I think Reed has 2 more B-sides to play.
No, 1, 2, 3, and 6.
They finished the last B-side they did. I saw 2 red hearts. So
I think you saw that before it flipped over because I know they finished 1 B, 2 B, 3 B, and they're finishing 6 B.
okay, that is 4 red hearts now.
Yeah. As it's happening in chat, I wonder what behaves exactly like hearts, but there are multiple of in one chapter. And what Mora's saying is exactly what's happening is the connection is not happening, but that's the thought you're supposed to have. It is 2K and 2.5K TO. All of the other gems are either not entered from below or something else. I think there was a second restriction.
Salt's
Yeah, or have one above. Right. The reason it says no transition above, you can re-enter 500 meter berry room from below.
Yeah. Salt is going for 5 blue hearts, it looks like, which is not the objective, as we know it's 5 B-sides, which is red hearts. But it's a reasonable thing to do if you don't know what else to do.
Counter argument, Salt has a key, but they're going for a cassette, so I'm not sure. Maybe they think it's Blue-Red Temple. You don't have to dash into cassettes, Tio. You can just jump into them. Tio say I would have done Summit Cassette in 2K Jump, but like... have you considered? I know you're a speedrunner and you have to be dashing at all times, but counterpoint.
Getting the cassette in 5A makes sense here if you think B-sides might be the objective.
Yeah.
It's a little bit slower, but to be honest, you're at a point now where you just want to try something, right?
Yeah, all the objectives are from the standard lockout generator, and unless I have made mistakes, which clearly there have been like 2 titles already mentioned to me in this stream, and Seattle, as long as I have not made egregious mistakes, they should only be completable by just doing the objective in letter and diary. Letter and diary aren't collectibles. I know you said there's a lot wrong with that, but that is a very egregious thing wrong with that. I'm gonna ask this question of chat. Would you like me to give them a hint once it's 12:12? Because I don't think either of them has any idea what's happening.
I think we give them a little bit, and then if it's really not clicking... Because right now, if you give them a hint, it's basically Salt wins, because...
True.
He has the progress to it. So it's like, it's not really fair on Reed.
Okay, Sophie, I think it's questionable whether Pico berries are red berries and whether gems are collectibles. Pico berries are colored red in the game, therefore they're red berries. Gems, when you get them the first time, they stay collected on your file and the game remembers if you re-enter, so it's collectible. They are not berries in most collect berry, like X berries objectives. However, they are berries. And like in the larger generator, the objectives which are collect X berries, in some way specify that they have to be in Celeste, not Pico. I've just put in chat 12-12 and 3 question marks is on the board. Yo, Reed understands.
Reed?
Reed?
No way.
Reed!
Reed's in Summit.
This is so big for the Reed community. I've been commentating so long, my room has gotten dark. I'm gonna go turn on the light.
Now, does Reed know? Is the question. Do they
Yeah,
know?
I think Reed took the may have figured it out a little while ago. Because
this
they
is
said
a lot of progress to catch up on.
Yeah. You ain't got it, Salt. No. It's because Salt.
We see Reed pausing to check that Salt hasn't actually just won the game. Wait.
Salt?
Wait.
Salt?
Homer's over it.
Salt?
No way.
Salt in 2K.
No way.
Salt has had the critical realization.
No way. Let's go, Salt.
I'm so happy both the players figured it out in the end. Salt, you can just leave the chapter. You don't have to keep doing it. Alright, now which other one do you enter from below? There you
2500.
go. Alright. That's it.
Let's go.
This is how the game ends. I'm pre-typing, this tick is real in all caps.
Oh, Reed figures it out, but not with enough time to get there.
Yeah.
Yep, and it goes teal. And with that,
Alright, and that
we
is
have a winner.
actually GG. Salt wins.
1 hour, 19 minutes, and 50 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a game.
That was incredible. Wow. I'm kind of lost for words.
I just
I'm
told Reed
gonna
the
lie.
fire berry. I just said, Reed, the fire berries are Pico. And they're like, oh, I see. I think that was the same.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, hit intro lessons. But yeah, that was such a good thing.
What a
I've
way
been
to
paying-
end Museum of Bingo 3.
Okay, Bullet, be quiet. Regarding the final take, if you have Theo over a variant, can you throw Theo into gyms to collect them without dashing? Probably, yes. I don't care. That is an extended variant. That is not base game.
Oh my. I need a moment to like wind down after that. I don't know about you.
Oh, sorry. Being trying to stay on topic. Yes, that was a very good game. Reed is in chat. definitely Salt may also be in chat. Did you guys enjoy? You can collect Queen Gold without dashing, yes. Did you two enjoy the generator? Great.
Oh, you love to hear that. I'm so glad you enjoyed it.
Hey, I'm not gonna. Can we like have a talk after this? And
Sure, yeah. You wanna know? You know what? Let's talk here. What's up, Reed?
no, I just have some questions for you. Don't worry, you won't die.
Okay. What?
Bye, Reed.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna die later. Jack's already killed me. I think I'm gonna get killed by Reed as well. So that's fun. So is it no M and no 5 letters? Yeah, heart's it is the heart's last word is 5 letters. Heavy and frail. The last word is frail, which is 5 letters, and then there's no M anywhere in the phrase.
Anyway, with that, I think that's gonna do it for Museum 3.
Yeah,
It's been
thank you to...
absolutely incredible. I am so glad that we have been able to showcase all of these variants this weekend. I mean, I've had an amazing time. I don't know about you guys, but it's been awesome.
Yeah,
I
thank
feel
you
like-
to all players for playing. Thank you to all the commentators for commentating. Thank you to the restreamers for making this work at all.
Yeah, I feel like I need to give particularly big shout-outs right now to Flying Ludicolo put together all of these layouts for the stream. Was originally going to be restreaming, but caught COVID, and so ended up not restreaming, but still put in all of this work to get these layouts out. So, like, huge shout outs to them, because we could not have done this without them. And also to Pocket and Mora, who did a lot of the scheduling for this event. This has been by far the biggest event that I've been involved in organising, and it has been so awesome to see it come together like this. But we could not have done it without, like, all of you guys. So, thank you so much for being here. It's been amazing. And yeah, thanks to all the other orgs as well who were doing stuff behind the scenes, like Jax and Reed. And thanks to 2Kill, who was restreaming today. Just for giving up your entire evening to come and help out with this event. Like, we honestly could not do it without you all. So, yeah, it's been incredible.
Alright, whoever is in charge of this channel, are we going to raid someone, question mark? Presumably? That's usually what happens here, but I don't know what's happening.
I think we're probably gonna try and find a
I
raid.
Here a little bit, just to talk about the expert bash that is the next event, because I think we didn't talk about that yet.
Yes, expert bash coming up soon.
3 weeks from this weekend, so 20 days or whatever.
Yes, and we are gonna raid beer, very likely. I will not talk a lot, right? I think that is the only thing I wanted to talk about, and thank you everyone for this amazing event. So yeah, be here in 3 weeks for the expert bash if you want to enjoy more bingo, or also join our Discord server if you want to keep up to date for when exactly this stream will go live at what time, or for our upcoming events, because there will be other exciting things after the bingo cycle ends.
Yes, I think there have been multiple different studies suggested as like, oh, what if bingo tournament but with this added complication? For example, the control swap one we did a few weeks ago.
And also on top of that, it's been teased already by Jax, so I'm gonna say it here as well. We have our Celeste time trials coming up very soon, and it's gonna be strawberry jam. So anyone who wasn't aware of that, now you know. That's very exciting. We don't have a level list yet, it's being worked on, but look forward to more info soon. And yeah, with that, I think that's gonna do it from us. So, thanks for coming, and we'll see you soon.
I pressed the big red button.